3D Medic is first. How are you doing today? I got my kitty cat with me today. He's such a good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah. Nice. Something in my head said, Buzz 3D Medic. Got him. Good morning, Big Bad Joan. How are you doing today? My Ninja Flex shoe is almost done printing. Kind of hoping to have it done for the stream, but I started it 3 days ago. It's over 70 hours. This stuff, I could print at, this is a different Ninja Flex. I could print this at 20 millimeters a second. The Flamingo Pink, or whatever it is. That one is maxing out at 8 millimeters a second. If I try to even bump it up to 10 millimeters a second, that rubber band immediately escapes the feeder unit. It says, nope, I'm out of here. So I'm limited to 8 millimeters a second printing with that stuff. It's so squishy. And it looks like the Polymaker 90A is almost as squishy. So I'm probably going to have to go just as slow with that one. I have a printer that could probably print it at 30 millimeters a second, no problem. But it doesn't have a build volume large enough. It's got a 200 millimeter Z limit, and these are 280 millimeters tall. And there's no way to store it. I have big feet. Well, oddly enough, running out of filament's not that big a deal. Hey, Asger. Doing okay. He's doing great. Licking away. Michelle's spirits seem to be up a little bit because her toes are fixed finally. I guess they were hurting her a lot. And now they're not hurting so much anymore because they fixed them. So she's starting to do PT again. Hopefully get on her feet soon and get her the hell out of that place. But, yeah, oddly enough, running out of filament's not that big a deal because you're running so slow that if it runs out of filament, you just cancel the print. And then you reslice it at where it stopped. And you just have to remember to put a G1Z command to bring it up. Otherwise, it tries to go up and over at the same time. It crashes into the shoe. So I have to manually enter a G1 command to make it go up to whatever height it stopped at. And then once it starts printing again, I just grab the stepper motor and adjust it until it pushes the nozzle just slightly into the rubber. And this stuff adheres so good to itself that it's no big deal. So, and of course, the TPU stays attached to the bed even if it's cold. I'm still keeping the bed heated to reduce the chance of anything happening. But, yeah, it's unusually effective with TPU because of how well TPU sticks to itself. And especially not as effective with this stuff because if I crash into this could push it off the bed. But this stuff, that's basically not a concern because the whole shoe just just flexes out of the way without tearing it off the bed. And so that's surprisingly not a problem. So I use the last of the black bottom part of the shoe that's printing now, and then I switch to the flamingo, and then I'll use the flamingo to start the next shoe, and then I'll switch to this when the flamingo runs out, because there's only 500 grams on a roll, and the way I had to slice these shoes for this particular plastic is 677 grams per shoe. Hey Matt, this says it's neon. I wonder if it's glow in the dark. It might be glow in the dark. It does have that kind of glow in the darky color to it. So the first pair of Ninja Flex shoes are going to be 4 different colors. The first shoe is going to be black flamingo, and the next shoe is going to be flamingo, and then whatever this is. I have white too, but I don't know if there's enough white on there. There's definitely enough of this on here, so that's what I'll use. I have this too. This is all from, oh no, I need his name. I forgot his name. How can I do that? I really, really hate when I do that. Bringing up my email so I can get his name. Kurt. So Kurt sent me a whole bunch of Ninja Flex, and that's what I've been playing with. And so this is a roll of, it looks like it says cheetah. So I want to save this for something else, just in case it's interesting to use for something else. And of course I also have a whole bunch of 50-gram samples. Those are going to be harder to use because you can't put a follower. It's almost impossible to just feed one strand of TPU behind another strand of TPU. With this stuff you can do that because it's pretty stiff, but with the Ninja Flex, this stuff's like a rubber band, and so that's just not going to work. So I actually fully pull the TPU out, feed the new TPU in, make sure it's actually, you know, extruding correctly, it didn't get stuck anywhere in there, and then I resume it. Especially since I had to disable the filament out sensor on that printer. It kept false triggering, like, constantly. So I just cut the wires and twisted them together. I got to replace the JST connector. I'm guessing there's a loose connector inside there. And but the one that's printing right now, it's not quite finished at 97%. So probably another 3 hours. That should be the first wearable shoe. This one was close. This one's actually really comfortable. It feels great. I have a feeling printing this in regular TPU is going to be just fine. I just made it a little bit too short. Audio a bit low? Maybe. I'm not... yeah, I could jack it up a little bit. I'm not quite hitting the yellow. How about now? Is that a little better? Let me know if I peak too much and I'll bring it back down again a little bit. But that should make it a little bit louder for you. I want to get some more of this orange because I love it. It's just freaking cool. But this one would have been wearable if it was 2 centimeters longer. As it is, my toe pushes into the front and that hurts. So I don't want to do that. But the settings were correct. Sadly, these settings were not correct for Ninja Flex. Because Ninja Flex this is printed with those settings. And it did finish, although I have that nastiness there. And it does fit well. It's just nowhere near enough infill. It's just too squishy. I could probably wear it around the house, but not outside. I'd be worried about something going through that. And also one of the reasons it's a bit sloppy is because it moved around too much. So I resliced it with 3 perimeters, which is effectively 4 because of the infill, and 30% grid infill, and it looks like it's printing a lot better. It's almost perfect. Well, yeah, this would work for flip-flops because you could just use a lot of infill, and it would have much better grip than TPU would. But for flip-flops, I might be tempted. I might be tempted to print flip-flops out of PLA with a living joint for the flex part, and then put rubber on the bottom, like tire rubber. And but yes, you could print flip-flops with these, but that would be a proof of concept only. You would do it for the same reason I'm printing these, because I can. The reality is, printing these is as cheap as buying shoes, or cheaper. In fact, I just bought a roll of TPU for $10.95 off of Temu. One for $12.65 and one for $10.95, which means I can print a pair of these for about $8. That's significantly cheaper than even the sale price on Crocs. However, this shoe is $40. One shoe. Because that's how much Ninja Flex costs. And so a pair of flip-flops, well, you know something? No. I changed my opinion on that. Because a flip-flop is really not going to use that much material. Yes, it was a 1 kilogram roll. I made sure of that. If I can, let me bring it up. Maybe I'm wrong on those prices, but it was pretty cheap. Hang on. Well, yeah, actually, that price is cheaper than it actually was, because I keep forgetting they changed the price to reflect whatever credit you have. So it'll say like $10.95 after applying blah blah credit to the original price. They like to, so you can pretend it's cheaper. But it was very cheap, well under $20 a roll. Hang on, I'll and it's from a local warehouse, so it's coming from somebody in U.S. Mine's coming from Chino, California. Orders. I think they did have one that was $10.95, but it was black, and I didn't want that. Black is so boring. Here we go. Okay, $33.47 for 2 rolls. Okay, one was $16.15 and one was $14.86. Can I open this in a new window? Probably not. Doesn't matter. They both go to the same place. Let me switch to desktop. So yeah, I got the transparent purple. So 1 kilogram TPU for $16.15. And then I got the gold color. Well, now it's $16.15, but I paid $14.85. The prices fluctuate dramatically. Now they're all $16.15. But I paid $16.15 for the gold and $14.86 for the purple. Because it was above $30, it was free shipping from the local warehouse. So I should have that sometime this week. And yeah, oh yeah, tax, duh. $32.30 tax of $246. But yeah, not bad for 2 kilograms, because I can use these settings. That should be enough to print at least 2 pair of shoes. So I'll print a I'm probably going to use the purple to print the claws shoes, just because purple's cool, and I think Panthera would like purple, and because that's what it reminds me of. I did make some modifications to the shoe. I managed to get the shoe to come into Tinkercad. You can see I got a little block. That's because I duplicated it and dropped it a little bit to make the bottom a little bit thicker, so that the shoe would be less wiggling around on the head, have basically a thicker sole. And that seems to be fine. There's artifacts from doing that, but you can't see them in the print. They're below the threshold of noise. And, so I was able to do that, and I'm bringing this with the just so I can have a couple of croc arms. It's all sealed up, and I did upload that. You guys saw I did. I think I showed that last week. I uploaded it last week, so you can get all the holes, some of the holes, or none of the holes. And, I actually have to do the same thing to the cloth. Get rid of those holes on the side, and but that worked enough, so I should be able to wear it at the Rep Rap Festival in Denver. Oh, because it's I'm pushing this computer too hard. Yeah, I'm pushing this computer a little bit too hard. Yeah, I dropped 199 frames already. So I gotta stop doing that. And I also used the coupon that you gave me for the Polymaker. I ended up ordering 2 rolls of the 90A, so $80 minus the 35 coupon. I couldn't use the 15% off first purchase coupon. It's one or the other, so I just used the 35, of course. And so I have. I'm gonna bring the 3mm with me, and maybe I'll get lucky, and they'll exchange it for me for 1.75. So I have the 2 rolls of the 90A from Polymaker in the Polymaker blue, and then I have the purple 95A and the gold 95A, and I'll print and choose out of those as well. Thank you, Frank. Yeah, I'm about I think I'm about halfway to my goal on Amazon. If I can, and it looks like they might do it next month and the month after. It looks like it's going to be a 3-month thing, which is really freaking awesome, because I could use the money. I don't have to worry about the electric being turned off. I did get my refund from the tax people, and it wasn't much, but I was able to pay my electric bill, and so I got that taken care of, and I got a full tank of gas. The oh, look at my kitty. He's so cute. I love my cat. The what else? Oh, I got when I went to see Toya, my physical therapist, trainer, person, or whatever, for the preventative life science thing that my doctor has me in. They had a Roadrunner thing there, so I got a big bag of gigantic white onions and gorgeous orange peppers. I'm gonna eat well tonight. So I'm gonna make up like a pound of Brussels sprouts, which I got for free. You should see these Brussels sprouts; they're like that big. I cut the end off. I cut them in half. I line up the tray for the cast iron tray for the Ninja, and then I roast them with salt, pepper, and olive oil. Oh my god, it's like freaking candy. It's just absolutely like candy. And well, to me. And then I'm gonna fry up some of those orange peppers, and then I'm gonna add them to one of the Tapatio roast your chicken rice dinners, and then I'm also gonna chop up one of those onions and cook them too. So that's gonna be delicious. Actually, I wonder if I chop up the onions coarse but fine and put them in with the Brussels sprouts. That might be good. M&M's. Yum 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 yum. Also, Kurt also sent me one of his little claws that is nothing short of absolutely gorgeous. I mean, what a beautiful print. Let me try to get that to focus for you. There we go. Look at how absolutely stupidly gorgeous that print is. Hell yeah, I want to upsize this, Kurt. I want to make a big giant version of this. I gotta fix my Chiron again. The wiring shorted. The bed eventually rubbed through the wiring on the harness. So that thing is awesome. I got a link for it. It's 1226753 on MakerWorld. Mini claw machine claw keychain. Here's that link. Let me see if I can bring that up. Hang on. I say, why am I holding it in front of the screen when I can just go bring it up and paste a link? Okay. Can I get lucky and just put in that number? 1226753. If you're smart, you can. Yes, that does come up. But that is absolutely beautiful. What a beautiful print. So are those... Are those actual pins? It looks like a different plastic, and it said no poop, which means it's you just print them in different colors. Okay, so those should be actual pins. He said he had a problem scaling it up. Yes, they're pins, which means I can just print all the parts at whatever scale I want, and then just print one pin and keep tweaking it until I get it the right size. And then you should just have to upscale the pin, because there's a tolerance for parts, and that tolerance determines, loose tolerance, tight tolerance. Okay, so as you scale up, the tolerance also scales up, and eventually the tolerance becomes too much. So tolerance that's nice down here, when you scale it up 4 or 5 times, all of a sudden it becomes too loose. Because the only critical part here is the pins, I should just have to adjust the tolerance for the pins to get a working model. And I'm also wondering if I can use a 3D, at that scale, if I can get away with using a 3D printed spring. So that it'll be 100% 3D printed. That would be very cool. So I might be posting a remix of that, if it's allowed. And he said at 450% the tolerances get wonky. I'm going to go way more than 450% if I can. But yeah, this is just absolutely, what a beautiful print. I mean, it's so clean. Good job printing that. Looks like it uses a spring and a metal shaft. So I'll get rid of the metal shaft and replace it with a 3D printed shaft. And then I'll try to use like a zigzag vase mode print and print like 4 of them and fill them in. Use that as a spring. So I might be able to 3D print the whole thing. But, wow, that's nice. You should sell these. If you put these up on Etsy or something like that, I especially printed that nice, that should fetch $15, $20 maybe. I mean, it's handmade, but that is just, oh man, that's just beautiful. Maybe do it as a kit where you don't assemble it. You just print the parts, you send them the parts, and they put it together. And that would dramatically cut down on your labor cost. So, the problem with the TP you here was that the infill didn't really connect it kept shrinking and pulling away. So there's really not much in the way of infill in between the inside and the outside layer. And so I don't think these are going to provide any, even, well, the reality is not much is going to go through this. This TPU is strong, but they're not going to provide support because they're too squishy. And so the new settings that I'm printing with should be a lot better. The problem is it goes from using 380 grams of plastic to using almost 700 grams of plastic, which doubles the price. And this might actually be a better candidate for using a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, because you'd be able to get away with less infill because the infill itself would be thicker. So I'm at some point in time in the future, if I the Polymaker 90A is pretty close to the NinjaFlex in softness. I'll have to actually print 2 parts and see what the difference is. The website said this was 95A. No, it's not. There's a very, very big difference between this and this. But someone else said that it's 85A. And what I don't understand is, why is the black so much easier to print than the Flamingo? Is the Flamingo even softer? But they both just say NinjaFlex TPU. And so I don't know how to determine what they actually are. But whatever it is, the Flamingo is softer because it just wants to escape immediately. And so obviously I'm going to hang on to that because it cost me, well, it didn't cost me anything. Kurt sent this to me for free. But it's worth, what's a half kilo of NinjaFlex cost? $40. So that's a $40 shoe, so I'm going to keep it. Plus it did complete. And so, it'd be nice for display, show people how soft that you can actually make these things. Now I'm actually annoyed. I wish I'd printed the right-hand shoe instead of the left-hand shoe. My neighbor pointed this out to me. He's like, you should have printed the right shoe. And I was like, why? And he points down at his missing left leg, and he has a right leg. I was like, fuck, I could have done that if I'd have thought of that. So from now on, when I do a one-off test print of a shoe, I'm going to do the right-hand shoe. This way, worst case scenario, I can give it to my neighbor and he can wear it maybe. Although, I'm a lot bigger size than he is. I wish I'd have thought of that. Oh, I drifted again. But back to the flip-flops. Yes, flip-flops don't use much material. You could print them flat. You don't have to print them standing up. But the cool thing about flip-flops, and this would make it worth spending this kind of money, is you could do multicolor. So, for example, put an imprint in the shoe so that when you print it, especially if you have an IDEX machine, it'd be a lot easier. But put your logo in the shoe or something like that. Do something interesting. But that becomes a possibility. And that would be worth it. Even if it cost you $10 or $12 to make a pair of flip-flops, for a pair of custom bespoke flip-flops, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. So that might actually be worth looking into. Matter of fact, let's see if there are any flip-flops available. I'm going to try to go slow so it doesn't tear up the audio too much. Okay. Because of how expensive this material is, you're going to want to print sandals like this, but ones like maybe like this kind here, where you use rope or webbing to make the actual sandal part of the function. So let's open that one. What we want is sandals where you only print the well, a strap is not so bad. Well, those are kind of cool if I thicken up the bottom. Oh, I see how they're doing it. Well, isn't that interesting? Good luck printing that, but still. Okay. Now modifying these to use rope to create the V. That would be your lowest cost option. Something like this maybe, but maybe replace these with webbing. I'm interested in these, but where I thicken up the bottom, I like the top here, because this would be nice for Ninja Flex. But I would definitely have to thicken up the bottom because that's not going to provide it. Maybe merging that model with that sandal bottom. Or just don't print a strap. But you can print a strap using a lot less material than that. All model files. I want to mess with that one. This one's kind of interesting. That looks like it's just going to fucking hurt. That's not a good design there. That's just going to tear the center of your foot up. Unless you print this with super soft Ninja Flex, that's just going to rip you apart. But the concept of doing this to print the strap is an interesting one. So I'm wondering, take something like this, you know, that nice quality arch support base, and or this, and combine that with this technique, but have this part here closed, and then you print this separate and you insert it from the bottom and it locks it in place. That would be interesting, because then you can create a multicolor strap too. Like they put this design on there. Okay, let's grab this and play with it. Okay, I'm missing one. I don't think I downloaded these. No, I didn't. These are a single file, so I'll just download that. Okay, this might get a little rough when I open this. I'm printing shoes. The audio might get a little pissy. So these are the harder 95A TPU. And this one is Ninja Flex. So super flexible. Finally got my duck shirt. I got it in green, yellow, black, and pink. Oh, something to look on Temu for. I just bought a bunch of stuff on Temu this morning. I got the 15mm magnets, the 15mm plates. I got more of the 8cm lights. The files are all on Printables and Maker World. Just search for Crocs or just search for shoes. I also have a remix with varying amounts of holes. So if you want all the holes or not, I've removed some of the holes for people who don't want that. Like I got rid of the holes on the side here. Then I have another version where I got rid of all these holes and I got rid of all of them altogether. And I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I make you jump. I didn't mean to do that. When I put the shoe down, he jumped. I'm sorry, baby. Yeah. M&M's. No. Actually, yes, they do. Usually it's from local sellers who import the weird, Asian snacks that we can't get here. Like there's a whole bunch of weird Pringles flavors that you can't get here. But I haven't ordered that yet because they're pretty pricey. But this doesn't work on the website. Typically it only works on the app. But whenever you open up the Temu app, watch, it's not going to do it now, but oh, here's the current print. That is as of a half an hour ago. So it's turning out real nice. And but whenever you open the Temu app, usually, okay, it didn't do it today, but usually it'll pop up sometimes with like, hey, this is a deal, this is a deal, this is a deal. And not yet. I just placed a $142 order this morning with Temu. How can I afford that? Because I really can't. But I did have the money in my account, so I used it. Because they had a freakishly awesome deal this morning. Yeah, that's why I moved it. I realized that was probably what you're hearing. Especially that. Yeah. It popped up. Now, normally I ignore these offers when they pop up because they're usually bullshit. Well, no, they're not bullshit. You just usually have to spend more money than I can afford to spend. Yeah, I got magnets. I got metal plates. I got a couple of different solar light DIY setups so I can make my own lamps. They had for like $7. They had the lamps that have the flame effect. Well, this is that module. So it's the solar panel, battery, and switch on top, and then the module that you can then insert into whatever you want. So I can 3D print my own model and make it. And so I got that. I got more of the 8cm lights, the magnets and the plates. I also got some Christmas gifts. So I got a custom Eeyore bag and satchel bag for Michelle, and I got a custom tote bag for Nightmare Before Christmas for my sister in Tennessee. I got Logan a Tigger holding a gas pump handle for his gas cover, and I got him these elastic covers to go over the headrest in your car that have Tigger on it. He likes Tigger. I'm trying to find him a custom like insulated bag for his like diabetic medicine that has Tigger on it that I can put his name on. And but yeah, I got a bunch of stuff. I got a few Christmas gifts and a bunch of project stuff for this. I got that filament. So I got the 2 rolls of filament. So the way it works is, and I figured out how to game it. I figured out how to game it really good. So they'll do this thing where they'll remove the minimum purchase restrictions. So you could order something as little as $5 and get free shipping. And what it is oh, you're a great customer. You ordered all this stuff. You get this much back. You get this much back. And you're at like, 91 or something like that. Or yeah, 91. And then it says place an order, get 2% credit back plus 5 more coins, which would bring you to 96. And I realized, I was like, isn't that usually 3% back? So just because it was free shipping anyway, I ordered the satchel for Sarah, or no, one of the garden flag signs, for $5, and I got the 5 coins plus the 2%, which was 10 cents. So I just needed $3.90 to get the prize. Now the reason I did this is because this was unusual, very unusual. I think it's a thing they're doing because they want your phone number, so that they can either they want your phone number or they want to go directly through PayPal for some reason. They're probably getting a better deal for PayPal than the merchant accounts. I don't know, but anyway, they were offering $100 back if you got the 100% coins. And unlike what they normally do, where it's like split up into chunks and it's credit, this was $100 all at once, and you could choose PayPal cashback or Temu credit. I was like, wait a minute, let me get my calculator out. I only have to spend $140, and they're going to give me $100 back? Yeah. $142.37, and I'm going to get $100 back. As soon as the order ships, they'll PayPal the $100 back. I just got $142 worth of stuff for $42. And I watch out for scammy shit, like, because you have to order from a particular page. Like, do they raise the prices on this page? Well, I just pull out my phone, because I'm using the tablet for the deal, and I pull out my phone and I log into Temu, and I check my shopping bag to see if they're changing the prices. They weren't. It was the same price as it already was. I was really surprised by that. I thought they were going to game the prices. I was like, what's the matter, baby? Come here. You okay? What's the matter? Something made him jump. He's all keyed up now. Like he hears something. Hey, baby. Psst, psst. Come here. Come on. It's fine. Nothing's gonna hurt you, baby. Yeah. I think one of the rolls of Ninja Flex slid, and that made him jump. But I was like, and it was. I mean, even $100 Temu credit is a great deal, but I couldn't afford to do that, because that would mean I would be spending $142 I don't have, and then sure I'd have $100 in credit, but I can only use that on Temu. But $100 cash back on PayPal. So yeah, if that pops up and you happen to want some stuff on Temu, do it. Absolutely do it. I got some more shirts. I got some more shorts. I got a bunch of magnets and plates and bulbs and stuff for my projects. So not freaking, and 2 rolls of filament. So not freaking bad. Not bad at all. And I was like, I'll take that all day long. If that pops up again, I'll do it again. I'm betting it's a one-time deal. I'm betting they're not going to do that twice per person. So if that pops up for you, don't auto-dismiss it. Obviously, don't do it if you don't need stuff. But if you only need like $40 worth of stuff, that's all you need to order. So place the $5 order for the first order. Okay? Because you only get 2% back. Alright? So you just want to place that single item order for $5. You get free shipping. Who cares? Alright? Now everything after that gets you 3% back. I guess you're getting more than 2% the first time because you're getting the 5 coins too. But in order to get the 5 coins get you to 96. That means you need 4. Okay? That means you have to order $200 worth of stuff in order to get 4 coins to get the $100 cash back. But if you place the first order for $5 just to get the 5 coins, for the rest of the order, because you have like 2 days to place all the orders or whatever, for the rest of the orders you get 3% back, and now you only need $130 to get $132, I think, to get the 3.9 coins you're going to need to get the $100 cash back. So not only are you getting the $100 as cash, meaning PayPal, back, although I wonder if they're going to pay the fee. I wonder if it's only a couple dollars. I don't care, but I wonder if they're going to stick me with the fee. But maybe they have a deal with PayPal where we're not going to get the fee. But oh, he's down here now. But if you do 2 separate orders, now instead of having to order $100 worth of stuff to get the $100 back, which is basically 50% off, you only have to order $140 worth of stuff, $130 plus the first order. So about $140 worth of stuff to get the $100 cash back. That's a significantly better deal. That's $60 cheaper, and you still get the $100. Yeah. That made me a happy critter. Let's see, what does that look like? There's a web page I can go to check on the status. Win credit. Maybe you can get to it. If one of you guys are on Temu, try it. You know how you type in Fishland to get to the Fishland game and Farmland to get to the Farmland game and daily free to get your daily free thing when you get like the 5 or 6 free items? Type in win credit. No space, just win credit. And see if it pops up for you. And maybe you can take advantage of that deal. But yeah, there it is. Come on, autofocus. There we go. So it says, once the order is shipped, they'll send me the $100. Now you have to link your PayPal account and everything, but who cares? You do that anyway. But I'm like, hell yeah. Yeah, see? That's what it'll look like. Withdraw $100 in cash after collecting 300 coins. And they're gonna give you 290 coins for your previous orders and being a wonderful customer. And then oh, here's one of the solar things that I got. So that's one of those things with the solar panel, battery, and light all built in. So all I have to do is design my 3D printed project to have a hole that size, and I can stick that in it. So I got those. And some shorts and some earrings because they're $1. Oh, here's the headrest covers I got for Logan. Yeah, I probably shouldn't show that because he might actually log into the stream. I got these socks for Michelle because she loves her Knowlesy. So that one looks like Knoll. Let's see what else. But yeah, try to type in win credit and see if it brings up that page for you. I don't know if it'll work. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. I don't know. But see if it works for you. But yeah, as long as you're smart about it. So make your first order just above $5. Okay, one or multiple items get just $5.01. The closer you can get to that, the better, because that's the minimum, and that'll get you 2%, which is like 10 cents. And that'll get you the 5 bonus coins, which gets you to $2.96. So now you just need 3.9 coins. $133, $132 gets you that. And then you get $100 cash. As long as you can afford to wait a week, because you gotta wait till they ship it and then you get the money back. As long as you have the money handy. Oh, it might vary for different people. And it might depend on how much you order too. But look into it and read what it says. Like for example, like that first order you place, it should tell you. It looks like it says 2% divided by 5, but it's plus 5. But see what it get. My first order, it actually says on the screen, what you need to, what you're going to get if you place that order. It said 2% and 5 coins. Maybe you're going to get more than 5 coins. But run the math. See if it makes sense to you. If you have a need for that much stuff from Temu, it is nice. I got a nice camera. It's one of those little tiny little micro cameras. Let me show you. It's one I've been wanting to play with, but haven't had an excuse to get it until now. When I can get it this cheap, why not? So it's this little tiny micro camera that actually has a built-in screen. It's like thumb sized. And then what else did I get? I finally found a Scooby-Doo shirt that I know will fit Michelle. If it fits me, it'll fit her. So there's a Scooby-Doo shirt. I got that from Michelle. Oh, there you go. Nice. So 4% plus 5 coins. So if you want to do this, place the minimum order. Okay? So mine said the minimum was $5 for free shipping. So I just placed a $5 order. It stacks. You can add it. And then on my second order, I then looked at what the conditions were, and mine said 3%. So I did the math. I needed $3.90 in coins, so 3.90. Here's how you do that. So in my specific case, I needed 3.90 coins. So I get 3% back. So divide by 3 is 1.3 times 100, 130. So if I place a $130 order times 0.03, that gets me $3.90 at 3%. Do the same math for yours. I mean, who cares about the first order? It's $5. You get something with free shipping. Just pick something you like. And then see what the terms are, and if the terms make sense, add up your order, get stuff. What's something that you can buy that's never a waste of money? Buy clothing. What do you think I buy most of on Temu? I buy clothing. I mean, look at this. Here's a green one. So here's the same shirt I'm wearing, but in green. And then I got a yellow one. And then I got yellow with sunglasses, and then I got the black ducks too. So I got all the ducks. Now here's another shirt I got. That's a button-down shirt. It was like $11. A 9XL button-down shirt in my size for $11? Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. I get some more. And it's something that I always need. Here's a orange pair of pants. It's those lantern or parachute style pants. They're nice and loose and not tight. This one I actually got my money back. I complained about the quality of the print, and I didn't want my money back. I just wanted to tell them the quality of the print was kind of crap, but it's still nice. They said, no problem, here's your money back. But this one's beautiful, but it's a little bit blurry. Look at that. Actually, from a distance, that's really not bad. Most of them are sharp as a tack, The print is super sharp. This one was a bit fuzzy, so the source image they used was pretty low res. They're probably using that AI thing. $20, okay, then it might not be a good deal for you. You'll have to figure that out. Mine said $5 minimum. So it looks like that varies between people. Unless if you want stuff off Temu, it's a great place to get magnets. And I get nothing if you do it, by the way. Unless you probably didn't. You just opened the app, so I'm not going to get nothing. I don't get a commission. I don't work with them. If you click on my link and sign up, I get something, I think. Although so far, I haven't really gotten anything. When you're ordering $2 items, how much of a commission are you going to get? Not much. But it's amazing the kind of stuff you can find. Let me show you. So, here's how I found the TPU. Would you stop it? What are you doing? Okay. Oh, I must have clicked on one of these. 1 kilogram TPU. Because you gotta watch, they'll sell the 200-gram rolls. Like this here. This is 1 kilogram, but it's, no, that's $31. That might be actual kilograms. But sometimes it's like 4 250-gram rolls. Let's see. These aren't good. I mean, you can get these prices off Amazon, so these aren't really worth it. You got to hunt around. Oh, here we go. Nope, that's 250 grams. That's a ripoff. You got to hunt. I wouldn't bother ordering from Temu for filament unless it's below 20 bucks, because in the $20 to $25 range, you just buy it off Amazon. Whoa, why is that so expensive? Is it a lot of it? Why do you do that? I hate when it does that. What? You're trying to sell a roll of TPU for $86? That's not 10 rolls? Yeah, something's janky with that. Now, these aren't too bad if you want samples to play with. If you have a direct drive printer, you want to play around with it. But in general, oh, is this a 200 gram roll? Yeah, 250 grams. You can also tell by the price. If it's $8, $10, that's a quarter gram. That's a quarter kilo. That's not a full roll. 5 inches, that's a 250 gram roll. No particularly good deals today. That is 250 gram roll. Yeah, there's no particularly good deals. The only really good deal is the one that I showed you. That 16 bucks is not bad, because if you go to Amazon, and if you guys know of a cheaper place to get TPU, let me know. Hey SPC, 1 kilogram TPU. It's still printing. It's still printing. See, $22 with 10%, with 12% promotion. So that's 20 bucks a kilo right there, and that's actually a pretty color. So yeah, here you go. So you redeem the 12%. That's gonna be 10%. That's $2. So yeah, this is just under 20 bucks a roll. So it'll be about $21 a roll with tax. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And they have a bunch of colors too. Ooh, transparent pink. I like pink. Pink is a pretty color. All right, so here's 18 bucks with 5% off if you want black. 90A is better for shoes, but it's going to cost you a lot more money because you have to use more infill because it's too soft for the sole, but it's great for everything else. It's a trade-off. It's also much more difficult to print with. Like, I have to print mine at 8 millimeters a second in order to successfully print with it. Although I might be able to go a little bit faster with the 90A, since 90A should be harder than the 85A of the NinjaFlex. But ideally, yes, if you can get 90A at a reasonable price, I would use the 90A if you have the means of printing with it. But if you do the work to, matter of fact, I came up with an idea. I just thought of it right now. I cannot believe I did not think of this earlier. Idiot. The idea is to... The problem, you really need to test the fit. And the ideal way I think of to do that would be to chop the sheet off. Like, take and print that. You know, just like that. And what I would do is I would print with no top and bottom layers and just light infill out of like a PLA. So what I would do is something like nope, I can't cut off that front. I need that whole front. Okay. And Control B. Bring it down. And then also go to the bottom. We do not want to be able to see lowering it. A nudge there. I would print this for the shoe in PLA, and then keep adjusting the scale. Print another one. Adjust the scale. Print another one until you get the size to fit your foot. When you have the right size to fit your foot, then you go back to the original model and you scale that the same amount. So you make that the same, measure the length, and then while all three phases are connected, scale the actual model to the same length as your test print, or the same percentage, so that you can get the scaling right without waste prints trying to get it using the expensive slow stuff. That's an easy way to do it. Now, something I'm going to do now is this is something I want to do. What I need, hang on. Let's go new design. This is going to piss off the audio. Really, it's that bad, huh? Wow. It's a Core i5. Am I really missing that much? Yeah, I'm dropping frames again. So it's not a bandwidth issue, it's a CPU issue. Damn it. I'll have to see if I can figure out something I can do about that. Alright, I'll stop messing with it. Okay. I'll stop messing with it. But what I'm gonna do now is later on I'm gonna finish I'm gonna bring in the crock with no holes, and then I'm going to put an object through the crock that covers the entire crock, and then I'm going to use the crock as a cut tool to cut a negative out of the block, and then I'm going to cut off the part that sticks out where my ankle goes. Then I'm going to bring that into the slicer and I'm going to separate connected parts. What that's going to do is that's going to give me what's called a last. A last is the mold that goes in a shoe that you form the shoe around. So you have what's called a last, and that's the size of your foot, and you design the shoe around that last. Well, this is going to allow me to create a last of the inside of this. And now I can go and find any pair of shoes, bring them both into Tinkercad, make one of them transparent, and then I can put my last from this design into the shoe, and then start tweaking the dimensions until it just touches the last without intersecting it. And that will allow me to get the scale of the shoe correct in the first try every time. And so even though it's a lot of work to make all these prints, once I'm done, I should never have to waste prints doing that again. I should be able to then make a last from this and use that to scale any future shoes to the correct size. And in fact, I can add material inside of another shoe design I have and use cut this shape hole out of the inside of the shoe, so that someone else's model, I'll also have this very comfortable insole inside, because this is very comfortable. You can see he designed it well, arch supports in there and everything. So if I have a shoe where the inside's just flat, I can fill it and then cut it out using my last, and that will make that shoe's inside be the same as this shoe's inside. And that should work. I was hoping it would finish before the end, but I really do think it's going to be a couple of hours before it's finished that last 3%. Something else I'm playing with. Matter of fact, I might as well do my thing right now. They have this thing called Atlas Earth. It's a silly, like, if you remember that game, that augmented reality style game, kind of like Pokemon Go, but it predates Pokemon Go. It was a sci-fi based game. It's called Atlas Earth. And basically, that's land right in front of my house. It's virtual land. And you get paid rent just by owning the land. And of course, they want you to spend money to buy land, but you can also just every 20 minutes watch a video and get 2 Atlas bucks for free. So I'll just sit that there and let the ad play because they're usually 30 to 60 seconds, and you can do that every 20 minutes. I've already gotten 4 parcels, and you get like 0.00000000111 cents per second, and per parcel. And then of course when you watch ads, you get boosts which make it go faster. So in 2 days I've got a nickel. Now, a nickel? Yeah, but it's cumulative. So if I had 8 parcels, that would be a dime. If I had 16 parcels, that would be 20 cents. If I had 32 parcels, that would be 40 cents a day. So that's 12 bucks a month. So 40 parcels, as long as I keep the boost going, I should be able to get, 12 to 15 bucks a month just by dicking around with that app. I'll take it. Why not? Any kind of micro income source like I'll try it. It's fun. But yep, that one's done. This is a double ad, which is really annoying. Yeah. I tried out that Mist Play. They pay you to play games. Yeah, that's so bullshit. Now, I'm okay in one respect. I did find a cool new game that I do like, Mob Control. It's actually fun. I enjoy it. It's a game that's actually a game. Like, there's actually some skill involved. You actually play a game. And while you can pay for speed up, you don't have to. You can just play the game because you're playing against other people. It's not like a lot of these games that come out nowadays where the sole purpose of the game is to trigger your addiction to collecting junk, and so you want to pay to make it go faster. And it's not really a game because there's no skill involved. You're just farming. You just click, click, click. Okay, today, click, click, click. Okay, today, click, click, click. That's it. It's not really a game. And Mob Control is actually a game. It's fun. I like it. So I'm playing it. But then you have other games where, yes, it's a game, but then they ruin it by like, oh, it's going to take you 4 hours to mine this crystal. Just delete. Just uninstall the game. I mean, I've been playing for an hour and I'm already at 4 hour wait times. You're that hard up for money that you want people just delete the game. Delete the farming application because that's what it is. It's not a game. And what's really annoying is that some of the ads are playable game snippets, and some of those games are actually fun. It's actually kind of enjoyable. If you've ever played Dinner Dash or something like that, my sister likes those games, and some of them are interesting. It's a brain waster. There's not really much skill involved, but it's just like it's like playing what's that original game? The crystal game where you shoot the crystals. Oh, it was really old. It was back in the Palm Pilot days. You can get that game. I forget what it's called. Now it's going to really bother me. I can't believe I can't find it. What's that original game called? You get a board full of gems, and you can touch 2 gems to make them swap places. And when you get 3 in a row, they disappear, and you get points, and then the whole thing fills in, and you just keep doing that. Zero Enigma teases the New York cops that they're always playing that game. I can't remember what it's called. Gem puzzle game? Not quite. Jewel Blaster or... It's a Jewel Blaster game, but I don't remember what the original one was called. Bejeweled was one of them. Yes, that's not the one I'm thinking of, but that is the one I was thinking of from the Palm Pilot days. But yes, Bejeweled by PopCap Games. I love that company. They made good games back then. They started making games for the Tapwave Zodiac, and they were just beautiful. The Tapwave Zodiac was one of the first PDAs that had gaming controls and a wide aspect ratio screen. It was only 480 by 320, but at the time, it was a beautiful game, a screen. And, but there's another one. Bejeweled is the one I was thinking of, but there's another one as well. What's it called? I'm not going to remember it. Yeah, Bejeweled is the original one. The tile matching game. That's the kind of game it is. I will know it the moment I see it. Candy Crush. That's it. Yes, that's it. That's it. Candy Crush. That's the game he was always talking about. Bejeweled and Candy Crush. And that was it. But those kind of games, they're time waster games. It's like Tetris without the stress. And Candy Crush, because he would ride by a police van and say, "Are they candy crushing it?" Yeah, and then you go, "Meh, meh, meh," and he would show their cell phone in their hands. But yes, thank you. Candy Crush is the word I was looking for. Yes, Kurt, they came out great. I'm glad you're here. Because first of all, what the hell, dude? This is gorgeous. This is stupidly gorgeous. I mean, wow. It's perfect. And also, you said you had trouble upscaling it. The only thing you should have to scale differently is the pins. So scale everything the way you want it, print everything the way you want it, except for the pins. Then scale the pins another 5% larger and print one. See how it fits. Keep adjusting just the pin until you get the pin to fit the 450% scale one, and then you can print all the pins at that scale. And I'm also going to try to scale this up as big as I can. I'm also going to see if I can replace the shaft with a 3D printed shaft and replace the spring with 3D printed springs, so the whole thing will be 3D printed at like 500 or 600% scale, as big as I can make it on a 400 by 400 bed. Then just adjust them. But the pin should be the only part you have to adjust. Everything else should work okay as long as you get the pins adjusted okay. Oh, man. But, man, this is... you should sell these. I assume this is your design. Sell them as kits. I bet you people will pay $20 for one of these. Don't even assemble it. Include all the parts, all the printed parts, and all the metal parts and the springs and the keychain, and just put it all in a box. Make up a nice box. Get some custom stickers and put a sticker on it so it looks like a puzzle box, and sell it for $20 as as a puzzle kit that they have to assemble, because that'll save you a lot of labor not having to assemble it. And then include a couple extra pins on your print plate when you print them. And this way, if they lose or break a pin, they have a couple extras. And but yeah, I would sell this as a kit. This is beautiful, dude. This is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, just wow. What a nice thing. That's just really, really nice. I'm also thinking that with a little bit of work, you remember, let's see if I can find a version of it. Let's see. Okay, not these. I want the original. Here it is. Okay, let me bring it up. Imagine attaching one of your claws to the end of one of these. So basically, put this and bind it to this shaft, and then bind this with a 3D print to this part here, and now this would be on the end of that, and you can and open it like that. That would just be fun. Maybe even 3D print something to do that with. Let me get back to here. But a way of extending it so that you could have it on the end of something to be able to reach something, that would just be cool. It would also be interesting to get a little servo linear actuator so that you just get rid of the spring altogether and just have a little like 2.4 gram linear actuator. Just go, on a radio control. So you can make it like a little robot and have two channels for the claws. There's a whole bunch of neat things you can do with this mechanism that's just really cool. But yeah, I definitely want to print some of these. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You might want to do what, who's the person who made the articulated dragon? Crystal something? Is it he or she? But, you might want to do what they did. Start a Patreon and then have allow commercial usage of your models if they pay you monthly on a Patreon at a minimum level, so that they can sell completed versions of this, just like they do with the Crystal Dragons. You might be able to make some money doing that, because other people might print these to bring to fairs and stuff with them to sell. They're going to do it anyway. If it's popular, whether you want them to or not, they're going to do it. So you might as well try to make some money if they're going to do it. And but yeah, this is, oh man, I also love the multiple parts that are different colors. It really adds to the niceness of it. This is beautiful, dude. This is just absolutely stunning. What a beautiful piece. Is this threaded on? Like, how is that assembled? Like, can this be disassembled? Or would that break it trying to disassemble it? That is just... And the color choice was great. The gunmetal with the bronzish gold. With the The nice metallic red pins. Oh, that's a great color combo. What a color combo. Too small for threads. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Well, especially with silk. Silk if you're not careful. But yeah, this is just... Now, if I make the big one, it's all going to be threaded. And do you mind if I make a remix? Like if I giant scale this as a remix? Or if you're okay with that. I'm going to do it for myself, but I won't release it if you don't want me to. Hell, you can release it, as for all I care. But if I giant scale this, I'm going to make everything threaded. So the pins will all thread, the pieces will all thread, because I want to be able to assemble it and put it back together with something. Because I want to print it this big. I want to print one. I want to print one of these big enough to go around my head, so I can just go. That would be fun. But yeah, if I giant scale it, I'm going to make everything threaded, so it'll all screw together. This way, because if you drop something like this, that's this big, it's going to break when it hits the ground. And what I'll do is I'll send you the files, so if you want to publish them, then you can publish them. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. And I'll make it part of your kit, whatever. But now with a resin printer, you could thread these. Oh yeah, you could definitely do that with a resin printer. But part of the amazing feat of this is that it's all FDM printed, and that means you can use cheap filaments and cheap colors and cheap printers. You don't have the mess of dealing with resin. And man, that is cool. You know, you could probably if you wanted a challenge, you could print this gold part with this and this, all three of them laying flat as a print in place. Theoretically, that should work. You should be able to print in place basically the entire claw, and then you would only need 3 pins to attach the claw to the center thing here. You know, this part here. So you'd print this whole assembly as one piece, print in place, and then you just need the 3 pins to attach this to this. Theoretically, that should be doable. Great design. I opened that and I was like, did he resin print this? Or paint it? And I was like, no, this is FDM printed. And it looks spectacular. I'll show you guys again. There it goes. Just what an absolutely glorious print. Not just a great design, but you did a great job printing it and assembling it. I mean, that's just absolutely beautiful. I'm assuming that's a metal shaft in the middle there. Exactly. I hate support. I will redesign a project to avoid support. I hate it. Because it's a failure point. It's not elegant. So yeah. Oh, that center shaft is 3D printed as well? So the only non-printed part is the spring? Cool. It looked metal. Oh yeah, I can feel the layer lines. Yeah. Nice. Man, oh man. See, the way I would do, well, you wouldn't be able to have the colors, but that center gold shaft, that center shaft would be all one part. And then this part here would be one part. And then this part here would slide over it, and then this part would thread on to lock it all together. But that would be hard to do at this scale. Just gluing it together, I think, was the right choice at this scale. But if I upscale it, I don't want to glue it together. The glue will cost more than the plastic. And not only that, if you drop it, you're going to break it. If I print this at 500% scale and somebody knocks it off a table, it's going to break. So by making it modular, I'll be able to just print the broken part and replace it. That is so freaking cool. Heck with this. Normally, I would just make the receiver part of the nut part of the model, and then the bolt would just screw into it. But I like the way you can do the different colors, and that's really cool. But man, what a beautiful print! Such a nice print. But I did get one TPU shoe printed, and it's just actually this one fits about perfect. But I used the settings that I used for this, and the infill is not enough for this super flexible filament, and so this would not be the most comfortable shoe to wear because it'd be too flat. You would just crush this because look how flexible that is. And so I redesigned it, 3 perimeters, 30% grid infill. Also got rid of all the holes except for 3. I started the print 3 days ago. It's about 2 hours from being done. It's taking a really, really long time. Oop, I forgot to do this. Is it still going to give me my credit? I may have waited too long. Oh yeah, I got the credit. And another one. Yep. Watch another ad, get another 2 Atlas bucks. I'm buying land on Atlas Earth. But I figure just with casually tapping on that ad and doing the 5 spins for the ooh, my signal just went to shit. And the 5 spins with the diamonds every day, I can buy a new parcel every 2 days. And right now I'm making a nickel in 2 days. So if I double my parcels, that's 10 cents in 2 days. If I double my parcels again, that's 20 cents in 2 days. If I can get up to the point where I'm just passively making 10, 12 bucks a month, I'm happy with that. It's, you know, that extra 10 bucks a month, that's half that's a quarter tank of gas. You know, if I can get that up to 30 or 40 bucks a month, that'll cover my gas every month. Plus, it's fun. I enjoy doing it. If someone pisses me off, I'll go on Atlas Earth and I'll buy a parcel of their house. Just because I'm a dick. I'm gonna find out where that commissioner guy lives and buy his house on Atlas Earth. He'll never know, but it'll make me feel better. See, I've already got 54, so by tomorrow I'll be able to add a 5th parcel to that. But it's fun. It's a silly game. It's free, so I don't care. But yeah, I'm maxing with the Flamingo. I cannot go faster than 8 millimeters a second. I tried to bump it up to 10 millimeters a second. The filament immediately started to escape the feeder. I'm out of here. So that shoe will be done, and that should fit. That's the same as this, and this fits great. It just doesn't have enough infill. Because oddly enough, with this one, I kept reducing the amount of infill I needed to as minimum amount as I could because of how stiff this material is compared to the Ninja Flex. And also this toe box, yeah, you're not bending that. I need to figure out how to make that lighter. What the hell was that? Oh. But for this style of shoe, this hardness of TPU is fine. This will work just fine. This is very comfortable, especially if you wear socks. And I did use that $35. Who sent that to me? Let me get the name. It's in the dryer, drying right now. I gotta wait a second for this to finish. I used a $35 Polymaker coupon, and I got 2 rolls of the Polymaker 90A in blue. The problem is, at the settings that I need to use for the 85A, it takes 680 grams of plastic, which means each shoe is $40. I'm gonna print a pair just because I know they're gonna be very comfortable, but You're better off at least for Crocs, you're better off using the 95A because you can get that for as low as 14 bucks a kilo, which means 10 bucks for a pair of shoes because these only take about 400 grams each. And hang on, I want to show you the print in progress. There it is. So there is your Ninja Flex shoe printing right now. You can see I got rid of all the holes so I could put Jip in it. And but otherwise I got rid of all the holes because I prefer my Crocs not to have the holes in it. When you walk through goat heads and thicker bushes, you don't want holes in your Crocs because they find those holes and get inside your shoe. That hurts. So yeah, that's almost done printing. That shoe I know will be wearable. The question is, can I optimize it to use less plastic? Ideally, I'd want to get it under 500 grams so that one roll will print one shoe. I don't think that's possible. I think the this is 400 grams and it's way too soft. Way too soft. Now I might try two perimeters with, say, 20% grid infill and see where that gets me. See how low on the infill do I have to go in order to get under 500 grams. And I mean, optimally, you'd want to be able to print two shoes with one roll. That's why I've been trying to get down to 360 grams, because 360 grams would allow me to print two shoes, a pair, with a 750 gram spool from Polymaker. I wish you didn't do that, Polymaker. Just sell 1 kilogram. You know the plastic doesn't cost you that much. You're making a killing on profit on these things. Filament is very profitable. That's why you're able to bring a production line to the United States and make the filament here. Because it doesn't take many employees. You know, it's mostly an automated process. Your employee is basically a caretaker who manages the lines. So that allows you to do it here in the U.S. with our wage rates. But yeah, make it a kilogram. None of this 750 gram bullshit. That's just a load of BS. Don't do that. But it looks very nice and it is very soft. So that should make a very nice shoe. The Ninja Flex will definitely make a very nice shoe. And it'll have good grip too. Boy, that is taking forever. It's not escaping, is it? No, it's still touching. Okay. So far, it's been printing reliably. I gotta say, I'm impressed. But well, I can't do that while I'm on the stream. But I'm gonna play with those sandals and see if I can make a sandal bottom that works for my feet. It'll work for your feet because I'm probably 2 or 3 times heavier than you. What would be interesting is if you printed a sandal bottom with no bottom layers, just infill, and then you use something like gyroid infill so that you do not have, because the problem with no infill is that's a clear path for something to get through the bottom of the shoe into your foot. So you can't use grid, can't use honeycomb unless you rotate the infill. If you can do that. Can you do that? You can rotate it on the XY plane, but can you rotate the infill on the Z? I don't think you can do that. The only way to do that is to do this. Like grid is rotated like that when I print the shoe because the shoe prints like this. So the grid is straight up, which means the grid is shifting over like this as it goes up through the shoe. But that's because I'm tilting the model. If you print the model flat, can you tilt the infill? I don't know if you can do that. But gyroid has that overlapping aspect to it. So if you were to use gyroid infill, you can get rid of the bottom layers, which is going to save you a ton of material. That'll make it more flexible with a higher density of infill, and that'll also improve grip. Because now instead of having a smooth bottom, you're going to have this open bottom, which means the shoes are going to grip really well. In fact, you might even end up closing off certain parts just to adjust how much grip. But if you can get it down to, say, 100 grams, 150 grams, that wouldn't be so bad. Because now a $40 roll would be $10 for about 175 grams. If you can, that will get you to about 12 or 13 bucks a pair, plus the added materials you add to it. That's not bad for a custom bespoke pair. That's not that bad at all. And if you can get away with the 95A, then it's even cheaper. Now, something else you could do, and this should work, print the first 2 layers with NinjaFlex or the Polymaker, and then switch to regular TPU. I'll have to test that to make sure these materials will bond together, but technically you only need, for a flip-flop, you only need the super soft stuff on the bottom 2 layers, the part touching the ground, because you need the traction. But then the rest of it, just print it with 95A. Hell, if you print the bottom with like 4 layers of NinjaFlex, I'm talking about at a 0.4 layer height. So that's 1.2 millimeters would be the NinjaFlex. The rest you could probably print with PLA or nylon, or even ASA or ABS if you want. You could print with anything, because you're going to use, obviously, if you're doing it right, you're going to use a bottom that has a contoured insole, so that it's not going to be hard on your feet. And if you don't want to be having your foot on this, if you want your foot on the softer material, then you could. That would be harder to do. Now you see, this is where non-planar printing would come in really handy, because then you could print the top 2 layers in the soft TPU as well. So NinjaFlex, ABS PLA blend, and then NinjaFlex. So say 4 layers of NinjaFlex, the rest of it in PLA or even nylon. You can get nylon pretty cheap. That would make basically an indestructible shoe. The only problem is you're probably better off just using the 95A TPU, because they're both TPU, so they should bond together. I'm going to have to test that. But PLA will bond to TPU, but it can delaminate. If the surface area is large enough, the bond appears to be good, although I've never tried shoes. So that would be something interesting to test. The cool thing about using PLA is that you could use cool colors. And but definitely I'm thinking NinjaFlex and or Polymaker 90A and 95A should be compatible, and you can get 95A for under 20 bucks. You can get 95A TPU for PLA prices. I just bought 2 rolls, $33 for 2 kilograms. So an average of 15 bucks a roll. 16 bucks a roll. So you could get TPU affordably. You just need the... Now, if you're going to wear socks, then you could just print the rest of it in 95A. If you want that soft touch against your feet, then... didn't someone integrate planar printing into a slicer now? Don't we have a slicer that has planar printing integrated into it? Because this would be an optimal situation for planar printing. Print the NinjaFlex flat, print the TPU flat, and then begin to apply the planar printing process, so that by the time it gets to the top layer, it's 100% planar printing. And then print the top 2 layers in the NinjaFlex again. That would give you the traction you need on the bottom, the soft grip you need for your feet, and then also limit how much of the really expensive material you have to use. And also how long it takes to print the shoe, because now you're only printing 5 layers or 4 layers in the really slow NinjaFlex, and you can print 95A 25-30 millimeters a second, no problem. So that would greatly speed things up, especially if you had an IDEX, so you can automate it. Oh, that'd be nice. You know, the one head would come in, print the bottom. The next head would come in and print the 95A, and then the other head would come back in and print the top layers. That would be really slick. And then you could either use rope or print TPU rope to create the what do you call the rope tongue that you put on flip-flops? I don't know what that's called. You know, the rope that goes over top and the piece that goes between your toes up front, whatever that's called. Yeah, that could work. I don't like flip-flops, but that's pretty cool though. Huh. The shoes would be more durable, and they would last longer. They would print faster, and they would print substantially cheaper. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to work on that. And no glue would be required. I even have an idea for how to handle the, since we're using, since we'd be using 95A and possibly PLA, there might even be a way to do the whole thing 3D printed with no fasteners. So imagine the shoe bottom, and then you have a little hole right here, and then you have a smaller hole in that hole, and that hole is open on the side. So now you would have your 3D printed rope to make the sandals would be shaped like this. So this would be the rope, and this would be the end of the rope. And you would have this socket connector on the side of the shoe that this would go click into and then pull in, and this would sit inside of a cup, and that would hold it together by friction. And then the other side would be also a snap ball joint fix, and the front would be a snap ball joint fix. And that would give you a very, very simple flip-flop. You can also do you can also print a pair of ballet flats, so where you have just a little bit of a heel and just a little bit of a toe cup, just enough to hold the shoe onto your foot, so they look kind of like ballet flats. And that would minimize the amount of material needed and basically give you the equivalent of sandals without the complexity of that additional part. You could do that all with a single print. That could work too. And that would have the benefit of giving you a little bit of side protection too, because you can print with a, like, imagine this shoe here, but without this. You know, where right here you would stop and just not print this part, and this would just come down to here, give you a little bit of a side, and back up to the cup here. So this would all just be gone, and your the shoe would be held on by the heel cup and your toes in the toe box up front. It might be easier with a single strap over the top, although the shoe might be stiff enough that that's not a problem. That could work too. That would probably be another situation where you would want to switch between the soft stuff and the heavy stuff. So print like 3 or 4 layers of soft, then print 95A, and then when it comes time to print the toe cup and the heel cup, switch back to soft. This way, because you would want that shoe to be, you would want it to hug your toes and your heel more, so that the shoe doesn't fall off. And, it also might be, no, that won't work. I was thinking just use the filament itself as a strap. Although, if you took TPU and braided it, because the problem is a single piece of filament is going to be thinner than this, and that's going to hurt the top of your foot if it pulls on it. But you could also, but see, now we're getting away from the one-piece shoe. You could also print a little piece that that TPU would sit on, so that it wasn't pushing against your skin, like the tongue of a shoe. You could do that too. No, I don't. I'd love to have a bamboo, but no, I can't afford one. I might eventually get like an Eligo Centauri, because that's only $300. So that might be something I can afford within the next year. We'll have to see, especially with the tariffs. But that does remind. Oh, I forgot to do that. That does remind me. I saw a multicolor printer cheap on Facebook. Let's see if I can find that. It even came with the AMS type unit. Hey, throwing gnome. Oh, I want gnomes. I want lots of gnomes. I like gnomes. Especially now that I found out you can get gnomes that are basically cats eating the gnomes and T-Rexes eating the gnomes. Yeah, I want that. I gotta find 3D models of it though. I don't want to buy it. I want to print it, and I want to print it big. So yeah, I gotta find some of those. Ooh. An affordable price on shelving? I'll save that. What are these? Gallons of what? Antimicrobial liquid lotion. 4 gallons for $25? That's not bad either. I gotta find out if that stuff has a shelf life though. Okay, and let's get out of that because I have no money. Let's do a search for. I saw it, but I've been having trouble finding it. It might be gone. Let's see. No. 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 A Form 3 3D printer for $1,500. Not bad. Come on, I know it was here. It might be gone. XYZ in Espanola. Yeah, it must be gone. Somebody bought it. That was too good a deal to pass up. Somebody snagged it. The Adventure 5M is a pretty nice machine. We'll just have to pay for the shipping. Find out what it would cost to ship. You know, wrap it in bubble wrap and see what they'll charge to ship it. Is that a multicolor? I don't care. It looks like a machine. I just don't want the Quadro 4 or whatever it is, the one that's burning houses down. Adventure 5M. Yeah, that's an affordable printer too. Is it multi-color? It doesn't come to multi-color, but can you add it? But yeah, it's a nice printer. I have a FlashForge Guider too, and it's noisy as hell and it's quality as hell, but damn it, it's a good machine. FlashForge makes good quality machines. It might fit. They're about the same size. As long as there's enough space around it to keep it from getting beat up. Oh. Let me know what it costs to ship. I'll come up with the money. You know, as long as it's not like, $200 to ship it, at that point you just buy one. Because it's only $279. But yeah. Maybe it won't be so bad to ship it. I'm hoping By the time I get a multicolor machine, it's a tool changer. Because then you won't have the waste. And that'll also make mixing TPU and PLA a lot easier too. You hear that, Katie? Yeah, you hear that? Yeah, I hear it too. That's the mouse that Noel brought in this morning and then released. Yep, I have a mouse over here. I can hear it running around. I don't know if it's mortally wounded or not. It might die on its own. Not yet, Big Bad Joe. There's logistics involved with that. He's got to disassemble them, find a box, pack them, figure out the shipping. So there's logistics involved. I hope it comes through because, oh boy, could I use some 445 printers. Because lately I've been printing a lot of very tall items. And, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I keep getting a notification that you mentioned me on TikTok, but when I click it, it doesn't take me to it. It's weird. I'm assuming you wanted to show me something or something on TikTok. It's all goofed up. Really? That's where you're going to play me? Go there. Let's see if I have you in here already. Audio might glitch while I'm loading a new page. Let's see here. Oh, weekly performance update for Amazon. Let's check that out. Yes. The index looks freaking amazing. Oh my god. I'd kill for that. Want a kidney? You can have a kidney. I'll take an index. 8 tool heads. Hey, I'm halfway there. As of yesterday, April 15th, I have $4,802 in shipped revenue. Which means if the month ended today and nobody returned anything that's been shipped, let's see, what would my bonus be? I'm loading the page now. I would get a $135 bonus. If I hit $6,200, I get a $250 bonus. If I hit $8,250, I get a $330 bonus. And this is from Amazon. And now, if this page is accurate, it looks like they might do this in May and June as well. That would be amazing. Oh, it says the flat fees are paid in 30 days. I don't have to wait 90 days. That's nice. So that means at the end of May I should get that. But yeah, if I can hit 8,200, that would be $330 on top of my commissions, which is currently $144. That would be so freaking awesome. That would just be absolutely mind-blowing. And if I could hit that all 3 months, that's an extra $1,000 on top of the commissions. Because to hit this, that would probably be about $300 in commissions. To make $600 a month for a couple of months would be... next winter wouldn't be so bad. But yeah, I'm currently at 144. And my flat fee would be 135 right now. So yeah, that's why I'm aiming for this. I'm really aiming for that. That would be awesome. I like that they send you this update too. It tells you where you're at. I like that. So very, very cool. Make sure if you have an Amazon affiliate account that you sign up for this. Ah, I didn't want to close that. I already have it open. Duh. Yeah, the index looks just absolutely bonkers. That just, I saw that and I was just like, oh, that's cool. Alrighty. Let's take this off there in case I show something personal. Let's see if I have you in here. GHT, speed. Do I have you in here? No, I don't. Okay, you'll have to send me an email, Lightspeed. So 3D printing at Nerisse.com. That's Nancy Echo Romeo Yankee Sam.com. Send me an email. I'll reply with my address, because I don't have your email address in here. $60 spam messages. That's a lot. Ooh, DeWalt backpack, huh? Let's undelete that. Just going through and cleaning up the stuff that's not spam. Oh, that looks like a scam. Looks like there's a new scam going around. Claim your Ninja Blender. Home Depot's giving you a reward. Joann's is giving you a reward. Costco's... Yeah, it's all spam. It's a new spam tactic. Scam tactic. Your DeWalt reward is packed. Yeah, right. Okay. Well, at least Google caught it right away. Boy, it snagged them up right away. Stanley tool giveaway. Yeah, you're so full of shit. So this is a scam too. Yeah, it's a scam. Spam. Yes, block. Okay. What was all those messages I got? Michelle sent a picture. Her lunch, most likely. I'm hoping by the end of the year to have my a solar printer running. The prices on batteries are really starting to come down, and I've decided that if I'm going to solar power a printer, it's going to be a 334 for larger projects, since that's what uses most of the electricity. The problem is those printers use like 500 watts, so I need 5 kilowatt hours of battery power to run that printer overnight. And I think I may have come up with a solution to that. Maybe it's something you guys can help me with finding. What a UPS is, an uninterruptible power supply. That's one of the battery boxes that you get. You plug it into the wall, you plug your device into it, and it runs off AC power. If the power goes out, the battery box switches to battery power. And when the power comes back on, it switches back to AC power and recharges the battery. What I need is the opposite. I need something that runs off of battery, and then when the battery runs low, switch to AC power. Well, yeah, if a 334 printer, with a 300 millimeter print bed takes 500 watts, that's a kilowatt hour every 2 hours. You need 10 hours of runtime to make it overnight. That's assuming perfect summer day. So the minimum amount of power you need is going to be 5 kilowatt hours. That is $1,200 in batteries, because you would need 2 300 amp hour batteries, because they would each have 2.56 kilowatt hours of power. So that would give you, ideally you would need 3. But theoretically, you should be able to run it off of 2. So let's see. Now you can get a 100 amp hour battery for like $120. Those are really coming down in price. But that won't run the printer overnight. You work for EcoFlow? No, it's a lot more than 200. It's like 440-ish. That's why I'm rounding up to 500. A Ender 3 takes 145 watts continuously. That's after the bed has heated up and it's stabilized, at 80 centigrade. It takes about 145 to 155 to run an Ender 3. Now, my Chiron takes about 420 to 440 continuously, running at 80C. The longer might be a little bit more efficient. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, it uses a lot of power. And of course, you need overhead, efficiency losses. I didn't know you worked for EcoFlow. EcoFlow rocks. As long as it will not harm your relationship with them, see if you can hook me up, to get review units or something like that. But an Bamboo X1C is a 200 millimeter bed. It's like a Ender 3. The enclosure is going to help with that because it's not going to have as much heat loss. Which means the bed's going to consume less power. Remember, I'm printing PET G, so I'm running 80 centigrade. That makes a huge difference in power consumption. Your bleed off delta is just so much higher at 80C than 60C. It's ridiculous. For a printer like the Ender 3, what I would actually do is use a fuzzy print surface on a flex plate. And then what I would do is I would start the print at a 60 centigrade bed temperature, and then after about 5, maybe, that's possible, the AC bed may be more efficient. I'm actually surprised that the Bamboo only takes 83 to 111 watts. Because the not counting that color screen, just the brain alone and the stepper motors consumes 40 to 50. It averages about 45 watts. An Ender 3 with the heat bed turned off averages about 45 to 54 watts. A CR6 SE. It's an Ender 3. Again, tiny bed. No, the K2 Plus is big, isn't it? But also, the K2 Plus is enclosed. I'm betting the enclosure makes a big difference in temperature delta. I've hooked meters up. I've run the printer, 24 hours and then taken the total power consumed and divided by 24 to get my average hourly consumption. And my Chiron is about 400 watts, 420 watts or something like that. And now I don't remember. I always pad my numbers 10%. That might include the 10%. I have to find my notes if I made notes. I don't even know if I did. But the problem is I print with 334s, and enclosing a 334 is difficult. Just because it's huge. But if I used an Ender 2 or an Ender 3, and I used a sticky bed that doesn't require heat for PLA, I can do that with 50 watts. And then I would only need, let's see, 100. I would only need 100 times 5 is 5. I would need half a kilowatt hour to run the printer all night. A single 100 amp hour battery would easily do that. In fact, that's so little power, I'm an idiot. I can run an Ender 2 now. I have enough batteries for that. How much is that? Yeah, here's $125 for a 1.2 kilowatt hour battery. How many am I doing this? So that's need. I mean, I could easily put together a 48 amp battery, which would be just about 600 or 700 watt hours. I have enough batteries already to do that. And I would only need one single solar panel. Yeah, a single solar panel would be enough to do that. Because I would only a single 300-watt solar panel. Even if we assume I only got 30% out of the panel, that's still 100 watts. That's still twice what the printer needs, which means that's enough to run the printer and recharge the battery. Okay, I need to work on that. And I might even have the solar panels. I do have, in my storage container, I do have 2 100-watt solar panels. That would be cutting it close, but it would work. Huh. And I could run that whole thing on straight DC. Because the Ender 2 is 12 volts. Shit. Yeah, it's still about $340 for, no, that's 200 amp hour. $399 for a 280 amp hour. Isn't that interesting? I may have to try that. The problem is you don't need 24/7 runtime with an Ender 2 because most prints just aren't going to take that long on that printer. That depends. A kilowatt hour where I live is, where the hell do you live that's 55 cents a kilowatt hour? Jesus, dude. I pay a lot for electricity, and I pay less than half that. It's done! The shoe is done! Oh no, it broke! No! The damn thing broke. It broke right there, where it printed the 2 different types of plastic. I gotta see if I can bond that, because that's like $60 right there. I don't want to throw that away. Oh my god. A little sloppy on the inside. Not perfectly clean on the inside. Ooh, feels nice and squishy though. Look at that. Yeah. So how do I glue that together? What's a flexible way of adhering that? I could try melting it, but it's probably going to contract if I do that. 75 hours to print that. Oh boy. Because the electrical outlet going to my workbench is bad. And running an extension cord down the length of the house is not a good idea. So for now, I'm working in here. Hi, baby. Yeah. You're a good boy. Damn it. I do like that. I like the way that looks with just the 3 holes. So I learned how to use mesh mixer, and I filled in all the holes. And the sole is definitely thicker. I do like the thicker sole. This should be a good pair of shoes. But that means that it's a bad idea to join two together, because you can see when I pulled it off the bed, that separated right there. What kind of adhesive will glue this together? Would I don't know. The house is okay. So far the house is good. It keeps trying to murder me. You know, things keep trying to catch on fire and kill me. But beyond that, you know, it's fine. The weather's been very cooperative lately, so I don't have to use the air conditioning and I don't have to use the heat, which is going to save me boatloads in electricity. There we go. Got the brim off. I got the separation on the brim good. It came off nice and clean. That's a heavy shoe. That's heavier than a Croc. Yeah, it came out pretty clean. This is printed on a longer LK5 Pro. It's a CR10S clone. It's like a mix between a CR10 and a CR10S. But it's just it's a reliable machine. It just doesn't die. You know, I've got at least 5K on that machine now. At least. And the only thing I've replaced is a nozzle. I've got at least 5,000 hours in that machine, easy, if not more. And it's reliable. The wheels are all adjusted right, so they're not wearing out. I keep them clean. And I haven't even had to replace the PTFE tube yet. Neither of those is good because they're rigid. I need a flexible glue so that this can still flex. Otherwise, it's just going to break the glue as soon as it flexes. There's no flexible glue that'll hold TPU together. You know what? I could just sew it together. That would actually work. Drill a couple holes and then just stitch it, sew it together. That would work too. I might actually do exactly that. In fact, see what happens if I try to drill a hole through this. This might not like it. Oh, it's going in. I think it is. Oh yeah, it's going in. I need to use a drill. Where is my drill? Oh, it's hanging up in there. It's going in. So what I'm probably going to do is drill 3 holes and then stitch it together. You know, use some actually I have a whole bunch of loose TPU right here that would stitch that together perfectly. This is, you know, extruded TPU, so this is 0.8 millimeters in diameter. But yeah, yep, that'll work. That's got a lot of good stretch and it doesn't break. That's 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. It still hasn't broken. Yep, that'll work. So I will stitch together using TPU. Let's see how it fits. Come on, baby. Fit good, fit good, fit good. Ooh, I think it fits good. My toe is not touching the front, and it's also snug around the ankle, so it's not flopping. Hell yeah! So I got the sizing right. I'm going to have to clean up the inside a bit, because there's a couple little stringers and crap. Not too much, though. What the hell is this? That's weird. Like, what is that? It just peels right off, mostly. Like, how does that happen? Like that. That cleans up easy. Okay. I got a couple more stringers inside here I can grab. Come here. But beyond that, it printed pretty nice. Why Govey? No, I can't because I don't qualify for it. Apparently, my A1C is too low, so I don't qualify for it. Because the doctor wanted to put me on. He says it's one of the few drugs that actually seems to work. Polyurethane glue, okay. Oh, okay. Magic Glue Flex, that'll work, okay. But I'm going to stitch it. Just, I think that'd be fun. I'm just going to sew it. Let's stitch it back together. I'll probably stitch this side too, because this side's probably going to break too. Yep, oh yeah. Oh yeah, the whole thing's coming apart. It's coming apart. So I'll stitch both sides. I had to put hardly anything on there. So apparently, the Ninja Flex Midnight and the Ninja Flex Flamingo are not compatible. They don't adhere to each other. Who'd have guessed? Huh. I would not have guessed that. So they are different plastics. But that's also a very expensive shoe. Very, very, very expensive shoe. So if I'm going to have to change filament, I'm going to want to do it up here where there's more surface area. So I'm probably better off starting with the neon filament and then switching back to the flamingo up here. The more of this I can print, then this will be under less stress and less likely to break. Well, this was up this high, so it was already cooled down to ambient temperature. And I'm only moving it at 7 millimeters a second, so it's slow. And I made sure that nozzle pushed into the other layer. You know, I just tweaked it so that I made sure that it was like actually smushing. It didn't stick. It looked fine, but as soon as I pulled on it, it just separated. So, and you can see there's a little bit left. There's a little bit of the pink on that part there. So it's like it just didn't bond. Huh. Well, they are different plastics because this I could print at 20 millimeters a second. This I can't print faster than 8. So whatever these two are, they are different. I gotta find my filament joiner and see if it'll join TPU. Ow! See if I can successfully join TPU together with it. It's gonna be a pain in the butt, but it should be doable. And I'm probably gonna be better off joining the filament before it goes into the printer to make sure it's proper. I found something really cool about these earrings I got. They're actually leaves. I was wondering why they had a clear plastic around them. And they have a clear plastic around them because it's an actual plant leaf inside the plastic. How cool is that? Kind of looks janky. If they were going to do that, they should have just made the plastic a little bigger and gave it a clean edge. Right now, it just looks like it's melted around it. So it's kind of a little janky. It's cool. I like the idea of it. But they could have done a better job of making them. Wow. I'll get there one way or another, or I'll die trying. Literally, because it'll kill me if I don't get rid of it. So, yeah, that's annoying. I'll drill that out and I'll stitch that together later tonight. 3 holes will be enough. Just keep cross stitching between the 3 holes, and that way I'll have one wearable shoe. And then I was planning on having the other one stop at about the same height so that I can have them match. But now I'm thinking that's a bad idea. I'm thinking the smaller contact patch here is part of the problem. It's a much thicker contact patch up here. So like, for example, there's a little glitch right there. See a little glitch right there? That's not separating. But that's same on same. £75, that's a lot. That's really annoying. And also heavy. Wow. That's a lot of weight in that shoe. I'm actually wondering if I might be better off printing the shoe like that, so that the heavy part's at the bottom and the lighter part is at the top. Instead of having this on the back, have it on the front instead. I mean, I know why they did that, because you don't see the back, but you see the front, and you want the front to look nice. If you use 95A, you can get 95A as cheap as $15 a roll. This is 377 grams, so you can print 2 shoes with 3/4 of a roll of 95A, so you're looking at about 10 or 12 bucks to print a pair of these. So $10 to $20 a pair, depending on what plastic you use. Now, if you want to print these, that's going to cost you, because that's 677 grams of NinjaFlex, and that ain't cheap. But you can do it somewhat affordably. You can buy Polymaker 90A, which is not quite as soft as NinjaFlex, but much softer than the 95A. If I understand correctly, this is 95A, this is 85A, and so the Polymaker's in between the two. That's 40 bucks for 750 grams. And I'm going to work on seeing, I could probably use a bit less infill with the 90A, because I don't need it to be as rigid. This not being rigid caused problems. The infill didn't print properly. Little glitches here where the rubber just warped. And it's also too soft. This is a little too hard. It's a little harder than it needs to be, but I'm 460 pounds, so it's just about right for me. Yours would probably be more like 600 grams if you use 25% infill. But if I can go down to, say, 18% grid with 2 walls, see where that gets me? If I can get to the point where you could print 2 of these with 1 roll, that's not so bad. Because a pair of Crocs is $40 to $60, not on sale. So, TPU is pretty resilient, Jimmy Big Balls. TPU is damn near indestructible. You could beat the living shit out of TPU, and it just looks at you and goes, pussy. Literally, TPU is bonkers. Especially 95A, which is very easy to print with. This is like indestructible PLA. You can use a regular printer. You can print it at 30 or 40 millimeters per second, and you can make what is essentially an indestructible print. I mean, yeah, this is also 2 different rolls of TPU, and that had no problem bonding. It's not trying to separate. So it must just be that those 2 materials are too different. So I'm going to stitch it together and see what happens. Yeah, TPU is damn near indestructible. If you want a print that's going to that'll just mock you when you try to damage it, it'll just look at you and go, pussy. You print with TPU. It's really ridiculous how strong that stuff is. The layer bonding is out of this world as long as the materials aren't different. I mean, yeah, try pulling this apart. We can sit here all day. Yeah, you're not pulling that apart. Never. And that's super squishy. All right, TPU is ridiculous. It's so resilient. Well, look here. Here's a piece of TPU that was printed. So this has already been through the extruder. All right, now watch how much I can stretch it. Oh, look at that broke. Now it's oh, that broke real easy. I wonder why. You saw me stretch the other one. Yeah, look. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. There it goes. That's what, 5 times? And that was only a 0.8 millimeter strand? Yeah, the stuff's really strong. I hot swap when the plastic is compatible. TPU is not compatible. This stuff depends on your hot end. But I've failed a few prints because, for example, the Chiron has an all-metal hot end. So I thought, no problem, right? Except the PTFE tube still has to engage the all-metal hot end. And apparently, there's an itty-bitty little gap between the PTFE tube and the top of the throat. And so what happens is, see how that's curved? So let me show you what happens. Where is something I can use to demonstrate this? Well, imagine this is your PTFE tube, and this is the filament inside the PTFE tube. And you have a little gap before you get to the throat. Watch what the filament does. Bink. See what it did? See how the filament turns sideways? Because it's flexible. Okay? So what happened is when I hot swap the filament in with the 95A, you cannot hot swap the unless you have a system designed for it. You can't hot swap the 85A. That's not going to work. So what happened is this little bit of that little tail of the filament decided to do bink right inside that little gap. And so now when the next piece of filament came in behind it, all it did was push on the side of it and just jammed it right there because of that little tiny tail that just decided to go dink when it reached that gap. Totally, I had to disassemble the entire hot end with a live hot printer because I did not want to cancel that print. So that was how I got this shoe. Okay, so I can you even see it? Yeah, right there. There's the little glitch where that happened. And no, it was here. Yeah, because I changed colors. It was here. I fed this in. You can see it's not quite aligned right. It's off by just a hair. I had to actually disassemble the printer while it was paused. I had to disassemble the entire hot end with the heater cartridge left on in the heat block. And every now and then I'd have to stop what I'm doing and let the heat block heat back up again because I'm swinging it around and it's cooling off the heat block faster than it can heat up. And if you do that too long, thermal runaway error kicks in. And then the print gets canceled. And I had to disassemble the entire hot end and take the nozzle out, take the heat break out, and push up from the other end to pop that little tiny piece of goddamn filament out. And then reassemble the whole hot end and work in the new filament while it was live and hot. I got a few little burns from that. Yeah. It's a pain in the ass. But it worked. I got a print. So, although it ended up being a little bit too short. This one's perfect. It fits my foot absolutely perfectly. So now I'm going to use this model to create a last and use that for sizing any future shoes. And so now I can do that. But yeah, that's nice. It's very heavy. It's very expensive. You know, thank you, Kurt. Without Kurt, I could not have printed this because I can't afford to buy NinjaFlex. What does NinjaFlex cost? Let's see. Let's see. Wow, Sci-Tech has... Really? Sci-Tech has 85A for $32 for a full kilo. Wow. Hello? That's a good price. It sucks that it's white, but they do have other colors. Looks like I see a clear, I see a black. What's the fourth one? Is that gray? It's 95A, 85A, 85. So they have black, transparent, and white. So transparent would be the go-to. Pretty much anything's better than black and white. Yeah. Yuck. Oh, hell yeah. Let me add that to my wish list. Let's put that there. And then let's also put that in my filament page. Right there. So that's NinjaFlex for $32 a kilo. And that's a full kilogram. Which means if I can get the shoe down to 500 grams, I can print a full pair of shoes for $33 in NinjaFlex. Yes, I bet. Get in there and take it. You know you're going to like it. Let's see here. That's actually real. Oh my God. This is way more expensive than I thought. NinjaFlex, $61 for half a kilo. Ow. $87 for half a kilo. Jesus. $60 for half a kilo. That's insane. So you tell me this is a $70 shoe? That's ridiculous. Wow. I want to make a pair of shoes out of this so bad. This is the color changing plastic. It's TPU that color changes. $46 for, that's 3mm. Holy crap, that's expensive. What about direct? That is not what I asked you to do. Oh, yes, it is. Let's see. Ninja Tech. Here we go. Okay, they do have 1 kilogram. It's $100 a kilo. Wow. How much is 2 kilos? 187. So that's $90 a kilo. $89 a kilo if you order 2 kilograms. Wow. At least you can get one color that's in 2 kilograms. You can't get any of these colors. You can get blue. You can get the 3 boring colors and blue and red, but you can't get the pink. You can get orange in 1 kilo, but you still can't get the pink. Oh, pink is out of stock altogether. Huh. You can buy filament in the US pretty damn cheap. If you want Pet G, look at Tech Bears. I pretty much only use PETG now because most of my prints are outdoors. Tech, BEARS. So yeah, $18 for 2 kilograms. And they have it in black and white, and I believe a couple other colors. Yes, you can get the blue for that price and the red for that price. So you can get the black, white, blue, and red for $18 because you got a 10% coupon here. Actually, that would be $18.99 plus 10%. Yes, so $18.99 and then another 10% off on that. So you can get these for 20 bucks with 10% off, and the blue and the red for $19 with 10% off. Let me give you a link. Please use my link. I need that sweet, sweet affiliate income. Oh, you're in the UK. That's going to be a big difference. Although someone told me these were on sale in the UK too, so check. See what you pay for these in the UK. I have a UK affiliate link as well. If you go to Nerisse.com, I've never gotten a payout from the UK yet. So if you go to my affiliate page, and you go down to my Amazon pages here at the bottom. So I got United States, Canada, Germany, UK, and France. But this is ridiculous, and it prints fantastically. Oh, I finished that drawer. I got the drawers finished for the pink and white one, and it came out very nice. So now this one is all uniform in the white and pink. And this is all Tech Bears, that cheap $9 a kilogram PETG, and it prints absolutely beautifully. But yeah, these all came out real nice. I'm very, very happy with that. And then I have the main body here. Come here. Come here, you little stinker. So here's the main toolbox with the drawer that opens. And these drawers, all come out. This is all available in printables now. And then there's 2 holes in the bottom here. So that this drawer can socket into this drawer. And now you have a top-bottom chest. Now you have a full-on tool chest. Isn't that cool? I love the pink and white. The pink and white just really came out nice. That's just very pretty. That drawer and this triple drawer down here are a little tight. I gotta shave them a little bit. But yeah, this came out super, super nice. I'm very, very happy with that. Nice. 15 pounds? That's $7.50 a pound for PETG. Hey, Silver Tribe, you're getting PETG for $6.50 a pound? Or PLA? Doing pretty good, Silver Trade. How are you doing? Where do you get PETG for $6.50 a pound? Because I could use some. I got plenty right now. Thanks to Mike and Big Bad Joe. And there's one other person. The third person who sent me filament. Which I really appreciate. Check this one out. Nice. This one is using color changing filament, so you can actually see how it changes color as you're printing. So this is all the same roll of plastic that printed all these parts, and they all come out different colors because it's a color shifting roll. So you see inside that one's green. I got my little Gridfinity cubes in there. That one came out really nice. No glue, no fasteners. You use a piece of filament through holes that join all the parts together. Really? Huh. Well, it ain't worth it if it clogs. Any idea why? Like, can you check the, run along it and check dimensional accuracy? Maybe you just got a roll that has, it's oversized and it's getting jammed in the throat. Because PETG is usually pretty slippery. I've had PLA clog, but I've never had PETG clog. That really annoys me that these did not join properly. That's really annoying. Feels good though. Feels real good. So I'm going to stitch that together later on, and I'm going to try wearing it for a day. Like it builds in the hot end. Foreign matter? Like there's something in there that's not melting? AliExpress Pet PTG. Hang on. I wish there was an affordable way to get larger rolls of filament, like 5 kilogram rolls. Hell, even 2 kilogram rolls would be nice. But it's always cheaper to buy the 1 kilogram rolls. Instead of getting a discount for buying 2 or 5 kilograms, they charge more. Hell, I wish I could just use pellets. That would be amazing. Just dump a pellets in a hopper and be done. Okay, so... Oh, I also placed a AliExpress order. So I have the mirrors coming in to work on putting mirrors into a jewelry box version of this. Yeah, they're always more expensive. Really annoying. Wonder why it logged me out. Yeah, that's Soraya Tech 85A for $32 is amazing. It's too bad they don't have more colors. I mean, clear is good, but I wish they had more colors. Okay. I got a couple of suction cup mounts, you know, DPS suction cup mounts, because mine broke from my dash cam. So I'm hoping I can swap parts and make a compatible one. I also got a couple more of 8cm light bulbs, so I can make lanterns. I got the mirrors. I got a 18650 battery tester charger discharger. I got an angel stitch balloon for Michelle for her birthday. And I also got this neat thing for DeWalt. So this is a battery module with a screen, so you can see input output power consumption. And it's got USB-C and USB-A. And you can charge the DeWalt battery with the USB-C, which is something I've been looking for forever. So I finally don't need a special charger. I can just plug a USB-C cable into it and charge up my batteries. It's just convenient. So I got that. I also got some more of these bulbs. I got the suction cup mount, and I got the mirror. JO's pretty good. I've used their plastic. I like it. So I got a couple more of these bulbs, so I have 4. I eventually need 6, but 4 is good enough for now. It's actually this one here, so $3.62 a piece. Because I want to print lanterns for my posts out front. Yeah, but you can never use the damn coin. So this is a suction cup mount, and I'm going to join my mount to this mount so I can use a ball socket from now on. And then I also got this mirror, because these 2 end mirrors here are the perfect size for putting in the lid of the toolbox. So I got that. And I want to get some of this. That's very affordable. The Polymaker is $40 for 750 grams. This is $32, $33 for a kilogram, and it's 85A, not 90A. So yeah, it's hard to print with, but you end up with a really soft shoe, which is what you want. You want a soft shoe. This would be great for flip-flops. This would be great. Just print the whole thing in this. Oh. Because I always notice that they limit how much you can use the coins. Like, they give you a $1 coupon for being late, And then you cannot combine the dollar coupons, so you can only use one $1 coupon per order, and then they expire. All my $1 coupons expired. Timo, they just give you credit. If an order's late, they give you $5, and then that's just credit on your account that never expires, and you can let it stack up. As soon as I have $20 worth of credit, I can make a free order. Let's see, where is the coin page? My coins. So I have all these coins. It says saves 2316, but you can't. Only maybe over 100 orders. So now where do I do the search? Do I do the search here? Or do you have to do it? You might have to do it in the app. Yeah, because it's trying to get you to go to the app. Yeah, it just does a regular search. How much is this? Are these 1 kilogram rolls? Hi, baby. 5 kilograms, 10 kilograms mixed color. That's $10 a kilo. It's about the same as I'm paying now, but it's at least a variety of colors. But I don't like King Rune white. I think they use titanium oxide, which makes an opaque white, and it prints sloppier and doesn't light up as nice. Here's the Sunlu. King Rune's good plastic. I just don't like their white. I do like King Rune though. Besides the white, it prints very nicely. Well, that's not so bad. That's $8.69 a roll. But they don't have mixed rolls. That's annoying. That's a cool purple. They have transparent. I never tried printing a lamppost in transparent. That might actually look really cool. That would be interesting to try. Ooh, nice orange. It's like a red orange, but still nice. Huh, but they don't have a mixed roll, but I'll go save it anyway. I wish they had a mixed roll. You know, this. See how they're showing a mixed setup here? They're showing 10 different colors. They don't sell that, though. Well, here's another one. There's the mixed roll stuff. No, that's PLA. That's PLA plus. Okay, this is not PET G. Nice colors, though. Yeah. Sunlu PET G mixed color. It's just the red and blue. That's annoying. And it's expensive. It's $12.50 a roll. 6.6, so it's 3 kilos. Which means it's too expensive. Ooh. Transparent colors. Yes, it's called natural. If you print transparent or natural, basically any transparent color should print superior because there's less contaminant. In order to add a color, you have to add something to the plastic. And whenever you add something to plastic, you're going to change the elastic and thermodynamics of the plastic. That's why some colors are harder to print or easier to print. But a transparent color has no additions. So this one here, there's nothing added to the plastic. It's just PETG. In theory, it should print the best. Any of these other transparent colors should, in theory, also print nice because there's less colorant added to it. the less colorant you add, the less there is to interfere with the printing process. Well, more correctly, the less it alters the elastomer and thermodynamics of the plastic. So its elastic properties, its heating properties, its conductivity, stretchability, shearing, all that should be less, more consistent. Not less, but more consistent, the less stuff you add to the plastic. Isn't it nice? You just gotta be careful. Some of the transparent PETGs are brittle. Like they crack so freaking easy. Like I printed one of the bulbs for my big Christmas ornaments, and it's beautiful. Oh my god, it's a Ranki. Is the brand, Ranki. The plastic looks stunning, except for the fact that you look at it wrong and it cracks. You just look at it wrong and that's it, you're done. It's cracked. Again, no mix. They show a mix, but then don't sell a mix. Here's Jo. I like Jo. I've printed with them before. I've had good luck with them. Oh, PLA Rainbow, but I don't want PLA. Come on. No PETG? PLA Metal? It doesn't look metal to me. PLA Plus. PLA Plus. Okay, there's PETG. It's not available. That's annoying. PLA. So they don't have PLA Meta. What's Meta mean? What the hell's PLA Meta? I thought it said metal. It says Meta. Yeah. Meta? That's not. That was shiny. Ooh, 3 kilograms. Now, see, that's not horrible. It's a little bit more than I'm paying, but you get the convenience of a single 3 kilogram roll. That's not too bad. I hate when I get crap under my nails. That was annoying me. I had to get rid of that. Am I showing you guys my screen? Yes. That's not horrible. I'm okay with that price. It's a little bit more than the Tech Bears, but the question is that the Milk PETG or is that the King Rune style PETG? I don't remember what everyone PETG looks like. I mean, it is free shipping. It does ship from the US. I might have to order one of them later on and see how good it is. It'd just be nice to not have to. That green's a pretty common PETG color. It's just usually brittle. That's my problem. But that's not bad. That's only that's $10.40. Yeah, $10.40 a kilogram. That's not bad, and you're paying a little more, but you have the convenience of one single roll instead of swapping constantly. Ooh. $8.50 a kilo. G-Tech is not bad filament. I've printed with them before. Oh, $8.42 shipping. So it's $16, $17 a kilo. Lying sacks of shit. Hate when they do that. Let's see if there's any more big rolls. 3 kg. $3 off 29. Where do you see that? A coupon? There's the $31 roll. Ooh. That's way too expensive, but that's a pretty color. Yeah, that's an insane price. That's 250 grams. I wonder. TPU. 3 kilograms. No way. Of course, the one I want is not available. The mixed color. But seriously, that's not a bad price. What is that? 72 would be 12. That's $11 a kilo. 66 would be 11, right? Yeah. No, 11 times 5 is 55. Well, my brain's too fried to do the math on this. I don't know why. Hey, Red Light, how are you doing? 70 divided by 5. That's $14 a kilo. That's an okay price, not a great price. That's a good price. That's $12.70 a kilogram for TPU. But they only have one. That's only $12 a kilogram for red. What I want is this one, though. I want the mix. Oh, yeah. What I want is this one. I want that one. It's only $13 a kilo and you get mixed colors. Except I don't want the blacks and I don't want the whites. Give me just the colors. But still, I'm going to save this because that's actually a good deal for... You know, that right there is $12 a kilogram, which means you could print a pair of shoes for like $8. Oh my god. Okay, come on, have a mix, have a mix. That's Pet G. Well, that's not so bad. It's just too bad there's lots of gray and black. You only get 5 colors, which is a little annoying. Again, $10 a kilo for colored Pet G. That ain't bad. No white, no black, just colors. That's a good deal. Now, where's the TPU? No idea what that is. It's just not going to tell me. Oh, it says it right there. 5 kilogram PLA mix. Okay. So where's the TPU? There is no TPU. Yeah, there's no TPU. But that's a good deal. That's 480 is $9.60. $9.60 a kilogram, and you only get the colors. That's a good deal. I like that. All right, what about this one? No, that's one I just looked at, isn't it? This one. This is all PLA. PLA, Petchy. Looks like just 3 kilogram setups, and they're expensive. Oh, there's TPU. I just saw TPU. That's expensive. That's $16. No, wait a minute. No, that's $10 a kilo. What? That can't be right. Is there shipping? Oh, because it can't be shipped to your address, so they put up a fake price. Now, why can't this be shipped to my address? Of course, the one item that cannot be shipped to me is magically this crazy, incredible price. Ah, here we go. Here's the real price. The $52.85. That's the real price. Walmart does this too. When something's out of stock, they'll put a fairy tale price up. That makes it look like, oh, you could have got this for this fairy tale incredible price. Absolutely insane. I hate when they do that. Okay. Ooh, rainbow TPU. How much is the shipping? Free shipping. Is it a kilogram? Come on, which one? It's 200 grams. Of course it is. Asshole. 800 grams is 37. You can literally buy this for $27.99 on Amazon. I hate when they do that. It's like, why? I guess people fall for it. 400, 800. Again, stupidly expensive price. $800. Yep, stupid. $85, Well, that's not bad. $25 for 85A? 1 kilogram? Ooh, they got transparent red. And if I get 2, I get $3 off. I don't have any money right now, but yeah, I'm going to order that. I would like to have some transparent red 85A. That would be very nice. Looks like the best deal is the transparent red. $25.06. That's really cheap. And it's available in a color. This is probably not shipped from the US. Definitely something to save though. Let's try that. TPU, 1 kilogram, 85A. That's pretty colors, if anything. Just too expensive. Okay, so I can get pretty colors in 85A for $35, which is still a great price. There's transparent pink, transparent teal green. That does not look like teal green. Silver, golden, transparent violet. That looks like blue. Transparent coral. They have a lot of colors too. Hell yeah, I'll save this too. I think I've seen this and it's not, they don't have the TPU. That's PETG, PLA, TPU. That's not bad. $10.80 a kilogram for TPU. You know, for the generic 95A stuff. You know, for printing Crocs, that's great. Do they have a multicolor setup? No. No. They do, but it's not available. Can't be shipped to your address. Fuck you. TPU, TPU white, TPU blue, PETG transparent. So they have orange, white, and blue, it looks like. What is this one here? There's TPU red, TPU black. They just don't have the mixed color one, which sucks because that would be a nice combo. So you can get black, red, orange, white, and blue for $10.80 a kilogram. That's not bad. Not bad. That's downright cheap. Yeah, but is there shipping? Yeah, me too. You just gotta watch out for the scams. Yeah, it's $19 a kilogram because you got shipping. That's gonna have shipping too. Ooh. It'd be nice if you can actually get that green color. Are you serious? That's only $8.70 a kilogram. In a nice green too. Oh, here's a yellow too. They got a nice blue, yellow, and green, and a red. And I can't tell if that's opaque or clear. It looks clear. Damn. What's the difference? Red and orange. Okay. Okay, this is the one. That green is hot. I like that green. What is this? A transparent brown. That's cool. So the only one they're missing is the golden and the pink. Damn it, that's a good deal. You just have to have $90 to blow. I wish. Let's see. Any other good ones? Antibacterial TPU. Yeah, $9 a kilo means you could print a pair of shoes for like $6 or $7. That's yeah. You ain't beating that price even at Walmart. Damn, that's a good deal. I wonder, does Temu have any of this? Why? Why do you do that shit? 1 kilogram TPU. That's a pretty color, but that's a lot of money. That's a normal price, but more than I want to pay. Okay, how about 10 kilograms? Nope, not even close. Boy, not even close to the AliExpress prices. Wow. I didn't know Zyro made TPU. I like Zyro. They have cool colors. They're the ones with the twinkling colors. Now, if this was 85A, that'd be a great price, but it's not. It's 95A. You can get that on Amazon for that price. So, not worth it. Yeah, it's much, much cheaper on... And they also... I haven't seen any co-extrusions in TPU or PETG. That would be cool, but I haven't seen any. Wow, good deal. Yeah, this is nowhere near as good a price as AliExpress. AliExpress, much, much better price. Much, much better. Oh, God, if you want a really, really good sandwich, check and see if you have a Carl's Jr. near you. First of all, they make real hamburgers, not the shit that you get at McDonald's. But they have a deal right now where if you sign up as a first-time user using their app, you get a free triple Western hamburger. So I got the triple bacon guacamole hamburger. That's a $12 hamburger. Free. You just got to buy something. So I bought the 9-piece jalapeno poppers. They're actually really good. They're very, very good jalapeno poppers. And so for $7, I got a 9-piece jalapeno poppers and a 1,400 calorie triple Western guacamole hamburger, which is insanely delicious. And so yeah, the free dinner. Yeah, you can also buy like a $4 order of fries or a drink. You can buy anything you want. I don't think there's a minimum. It just has to be any purchase. That link doesn't work at all because YouTube doesn't allow people to post links. So let me fix that for you, Mr. Big Ball. Let's see here. And standard. Okay, go ahead and post the link again. Now it'll work. So try posting that link again. There it is. Let's see what we get. It's loading something. Let's see. 10 kilograms of silk for $83. Wow. How much is blue? $83. Jesus, that's cheap. That's where KLA prices should be. Yeah, in the US here, it's $83. Wow. What's this one? What's the difference here? Oh, this looks like a rainbow. Yeah, silk rainbow, $94. Not bad. Silk bronze, that's nice. Bronze rainbow, very cool. Less than $10 a kilo, and if you want just one color silk, it's only $8.30 a kilogram. I'll save that too. Good deal, dude. Yeah, rainbow filament's nice if you got the print for it. This would actually be, this is where I need a 3 kilogram roll. Because even though you can't really, you can't light it up from the inside, You can only light it up from the outside because the silk is not transparent, so light will not pass through it. But hang on, I'm cleaning out my fingernails again. This one's dirty, and I can feel it, and it drives me crazy. The problem is, I can get away with the 1mm nozzle using silk in vase mode. With that fat and extrusion, structural integrity is not a problem. In fact, I'd probably go with a 1.2mm nozzle if I was using this. Just because it would make, oh, it can't be shipped. That's why I have this fictional price. It's probably $104, but it says it cannot be shipped to my address. So they're liars. But I can get the bronze rainbow. That would also make a pretty cool lamppost. But here's the problem. I need 3 kilograms of plastic to print with a rainbow filament, because you need to transition to the next part you print at the same color, so that the transitions are consistent through the entire lamppost. Otherwise, it's going to look really weird. And so what I usually end up having to do is to pull some plastic off of the roll until I get to that same color transition, so that it'll be consistent as you put the parts together. So that's where it would be handy if they would sell, you know, like a 3 kilogram roll, because then I could get the consistent color transition. But still, $95 for the bronze rainbow, that's not freaking bad. That's nice. This the silk green is a nice green too. What's this one? This one's copper. Copper's also a pretty nice color. But yeah, I like that rainbow. It's too bad I can't get this one for some reason. It might just be out of stock. Wow. If only I had money. If only I had money. Oh, the filaments. Oh, the filaments. Yeah, I tore apart my bus the other day trying to find some more TPU. Nah, couldn't find any. Well, so it's available in the UK. Well, it'll probably be restocked at some point. At that price, it just sold out. That's all. But the bronze rainbow's available. That's pretty cool too. But either which way, it doesn't matter. I have no money. So that don't matter. But yes, it works. And now you can post links. I was thinking about printing one of these toolboxes in TPU. Window shopping is fun, especially on Temu, where my wish list is 450 items long. I want all the things. You should see my wish list on Temu. It's just filled with crap like this. But I want to just for shits and giggles, I'm thinking about printing one of these in TPU, so I can make a toolbox that's indestructible that you can bounce off the floor. I just might do that. But I got to print the shoes first. But I would definitely use the 95 for that, so that it would have some rigidity. I think the 85 would be too flexible. But yeah, a toolbox in this, especially this orange, that would be very hot, or transparent. But I might try to do that before the Denver Rep Festival, the Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. Bring a toolbox printed in TPU. I just think that would be fun. Send a thread through and pull a TPU hinge through, so the whole thing's TPU and basically indestructible. You couldn't kill it if you tried. I think that'd be cool. So I just might do that. Maybe, you know something? Maybe I'll do a Ninja Flex, just for shiggles, because I have this little roll of white here that I can't print a shoe with. It's not enough. And it says it just says Ninja Flex TPU Snow. But see, the problem is this is 85A. That's going to be such a pain in the ass to print with. It's going to take so long. Oh my god. I could do a 0.4 millimeter layer height, which will help. Because that'll increase my speed without increasing my linear velocity. So a 0.8 nozzle with a 0.4 layer height, I can increase my throughput by 25% at the same 8 millimeters per second. Nice! I want to print some life-size figures, but it's hard to find good models with enough details. Because I don't want to print the bust, I want to print the whole thing. 5-6 feet tall. Like I have a 4 foot tall Captain Planet. Eventually I'm going to reprint him, 6 feet tall. I want to print a Captain Planet 6 feet tall. But there's just not that many full-size models that have enough resolution that justify printing them. That look nice, But, there's something that came up in discussion was it's something that, it started off as a political discussion, but it took me in a different direction. Would you buy a US made printer at twice the price? And the answer is no, because you can't. A USA made printer is going to be 10x or 15x, not 2x. If you tried to build an Ender 3 here in the US, you'd have to sell that printer for between $1,200 and $1,500. You're not going to be able to do it for less than that. But I actually had people say, I could buy these parts off Amazon, which are made in China. You said a USA made printer. I'm not going to drop his name because he's a friend. I like him. But he said, Lulzbot, half the printer is made in China. Formlabs, half the printer is made in China. Wixen, half the printer is made in China. Fusion, they don't say where the printer's made, so half the printer's probably made in China. For example, Formlabs. I know, exactly. Now, when you think about it, $1,200 for an Ender 3 is highway robbery. That's a steal. You should buy 10 of them because you have a decent, good quality 3D printer for $1,200. The only reason we think that's insane is because we're used to $100 Ender 3s. If I told you $1,200 for an Ender 3 6 years ago, when the only printer you could buy was a $5,000 MakerBot replicator, you would have been gouging out my eyeballs and saying, give me as many of them as you can make. Okay? So it's relative. All right? The problem is we are now used to $100 Ender 3s. So now $1,200 is psycho money. But 6 years ago, that would have been incredible. The problem, like, for example, Formlabs. Made in America, right? No, it's not. It's not made in America. Formlabs sources their laser from the UK. And the UK maker who makes the lasers sources their parts from Japan, Singapore, and China. We are an integrated global economy. You can't escape that. And tariffs will not fix that. Tariffs will never fix that. Not anymore. The time to use tariffs, that ship sailed 70 years ago, when the United States still had a manufacturing base and when the United States still paid a living wage. The United States no longer has a manufacturing base and no longer pays a living wage. And even at our current, 1/3 of a living wage that we pay people on average, it would still cost you $1,200 to make and sell an Ender 3 here in the U.S. At least $1,200. It's at minimum 10x. And rat rigs made in China. Where do you think they get the extrusions? Where do you think they get the steppers? Where do you think they get the brain boards from? Where do you think they get the wire? It's all from China. These printers aren't made in the USA, they're assembled in the USA. Very big difference. And that means the tariffs are still going to apply. Well, that's going to make people make stuff in the USA. No, it won't. To make this in China, I sell it for $30. To make this in the USA, I sell this for $100. To make this in China with 100% tariff, I sell this for $60. It's still cheaper to just charge you the 100% tariff than it is to make this in the US, which means that's exactly what they're going to do. And then they're just going to pass the tariff on to you. Exactly. And that's because we've shifted all of our manufacturing base to China. China didn't do that. We did that. American CEOs closed American factories and opened Chinese factories. China didn't do that. The Chinese government didn't do that. The Chinese businessmen didn't do that. American business owners did that. Walmart used to be a place where you could be proud to shop at. When Sam Walton owned Walmart, he made it a point to have American-made, locally made products in Walmart. When his kids took over, they shifted everything to China to maximize profit. Snap-on used to be my favorite lawnmower brand, and they still are. Because when Walmart went to Snap-on and said, we want to put your mowers in Walmart, Snap-on said, great, but we want you to make them in China. No thanks, go away. Eventually, I think they caved. They had no choice eventually, but they held out for a long time. And, until we have a manufacturing base here, and until our citizens make enough money to be able to afford to buy American-based products here, it's pointless. Like they have this program here that if you're on EBT benefits, it's called Double Up. If you go to a there's none around here, so it doesn't matter. But if you go to a food stand, a grocery stand, a farmer's market, something like that, you get double the amount of money. The problem is the product costs 5 times the price. So you're actually getting half the product even after doubling your money. It's not equitable. It doesn't make sense. No, well, okay. This is a theory of mine, okay? Donald Trump is a sociopathic whack job criminal, okay? He should be in prison. And no, I don't care about January 6th and all that bullshit. He should just be in prison for all the people he screwed over the last 30 years. Exactly. My neighbor says, well, we need to shift production to U.S. I was like, okay, I give you the presidency. I was like, neighbor, you are now the president of the United States. You control Congress. Congress has your ear. If you give them a rational, reasonable order, they will comply. Fix us. He said, well, I would buy back all of the farmland, take it away from China, put it back in Americans' hands, and start making food for Americans. And I was like, okay, we don't have a food shortage, so I'm not sure what problem you think you're solving, but let's say you do that. Congratulations, 10 years have gone by. The process of rebuilding the U.S. infrastructure is about halfway done, and about 50% of your population is starved to death. He's like, well, I didn't say do that. I was like, well, you don't get a choice. You can't make a decision and then ignore the consequences of that decision. Decisions have consequences. You do this, then the other people in that system that you're operating with are going to respond and do this. All right, you start cutting off people from buying American farmlands, they're going to cut you off from their food supplies. And they're going to keep it for themselves. And now your citizens starve while you spend the next 20 years rebuilding infrastructure that you don't have. Congratulations, you're making American food now, but you wiped out half your population doing it. There are consequences to these things. That's why I said the time for tariffs, in order to fix the deficit with China, was 70 years ago. We missed that boat. Okay, that boat's gone. You can't recall that boat. That's no longer a valid option. Right now, tariffs are nothing but punitive actions on your own citizens. That's all it is. Because you cannot charge a foreign country a tariff. That's not how tariffs work. Okay? Donald Trump has no authority to charge China a penny. That tariff does not apply to China. That tariff applies to you when you buy a product and import it into the country from China. That's who the tariff applies to. It applies to you. You pay the tariff. What, you think Amazon and Walmart and Harbor Freight and Bed Bath & Beyond and JCPenney and Sears, you think they're going to eat, you think AutoZone and Advance Auto and O'Reilly's and Pep Boys, you think they're going to just eat the tariff price when they import these parts? Or do you think they're just going to raise their price accordingly? You only need about a 30 IQ to figure that out. Okay, that doesn't take a genius at all. I mean, you could be fucking Forrest Gump and figure that out. Life's like a box of chocolates. You pay all the tariffs. Now, that said, Donald Trump's not an idiot. Okay? You can't be president and be an idiot. I don't care how much of a sociopath he is, or a criminal he is, or a wacko he is. He's not stupid. Okay? We like to think he's stupid because we like to think people that bad have to be stupid. But he's not stupid. What he is not very smart. He doesn't know a goddamn thing about economics. We have a massive trade deficit with China. Huge. It's like 75-25. We ship the deficit is 75%, in their favor. But here's the thing. He wants to punish them for that. He wants to use the tariffs to try to force the deficit to balance. That's what those reciprocal tariffs he came up with. He came up with a stupidly simple formula of, deficit times tariff over deficit, or something like that. Some ridiculous formula he came up with. He's trying to balance the trade deficit with a monetary value on tariffs. Okay, so if you have 75% of the deficit, we're going to charge you 75% of the tariffs to balance out the deficits. So if we have an imbalance of $1 billion in trade, we're going to get that $1 billion back by charging you an extra $1 billion in tariffs. Forget about the fact that that's not how that works at all, because they'll just stop sending stuff here. But the problem is China isn't the one creating the trade deficit. U.S. business owners are the ones creating the trade deficit. China did not come to the U.S. and say, hey, we can make all this stuff for you a whole lot cheaper. That never happened. Waltons went to Walmart or went to China and said, we want to build a bunch of factories here. Here's some money. And then started shipping the stuff over here. Okay? Americans did that. He's already canning most of them. He's already realizing it's full of shit. He just wants to save face and pretend it's working. The stock market rallied after I doubled down on my tariffs. And then you read the actual news article, and you find out that yes, the markets rallied from the losses of the last 2 months. And then after hours, after the news got done broadcasting that the markets rallied, they lost the entire gain and then some more. Because at the end of the day, your politics don't matter to the businessman who's looking at the green in his pocket. And tariffs equal less green in his pocket. No matter what your politics are, tariffs equal less green in your pocket, and the markets are going to respond, no matter how badly you politically want it. And that's what's happening. I mean, hey, I'll agree that Joseph Biden was a useless, senile meat sack of a president who spent 47 years in Congress accomplishing absolutely nothing. But he recovered all the losses from the previous Trump administration and then some, and had record markets and the lowest unemployment. And Trump destroyed all that in 3 weeks. He literally just took a shotgun, a BFG 9000, and said, to all the progress we made over the last 4 years in 3 weeks. But, yay, Trump, we're going to stick it to China. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, the idiocy, the stupidity, you can't make this up. It's so stupid. It's so absolutely batshit stupid. It's just... I've been telling people for years, this is what's going to happen. You're dumbing down our education system. You don't teach the basics anymore. You don't teach civics. You don't teach economics. You don't teach problem solving. You just do standardized testing, and you keep dumbing that down every year. Hell, half the schools in the country don't even have shop classes anymore. When I went to school, I learned how to sew a dress. I learned how to hem my pants. I learned how to bake a cake, how to cook an egg. I learned how to install an electrical outlet with a light switch. I learned how to disassemble a lawnmower engine and put it back together again. I learned how to use shop tools, and I built myself a chessboard. Okay? These are all things that I learned in high school. These are all good problem-solving, necessary, everyday skills that everybody should have. Now, most of America is so fucking stupid that in most places it's illegal for you to change your own outlet in your house without a permit, because they know how dumb you are. Okay? Not you know what I mean. Americans know what I mean. We don't teach civics anymore. Nobody understands the Constitution or the foundation of this country because we don't teach it anymore. And unless you're into that kind of thing, you're not going to go learn it yourself. It's just... And now, Washington warned us about the two-party system. By having parties, they're going to consolidate into lesser and lesser parties with more and more strength. And now, even though voting for somebody you don't want is the definition of throwing away your vote, now people perceive themselves as throwing away their vote unless they're the winner. And they perceive that only a Democrat or a Republican can win, which basically eliminates anybody else from entering the competition. So now we're stuck with two candidates that we don't get to choose. They choose the candidates, and we pick from the candidates they choose. That's not a vote. That's a selection. You're saying, which asshole do you want? Do you want this asshole or that asshole? But that guy's good. No, you don't have a choice of that guy. This is not a vote. It's not a democracy. We've presented you with two assholes. Pick which asshole you want. And that's what our vote is. Okay? We are hyper-polarizing the population. We're at each other's throats. Look at all the road rage that's going on, because it's one of the last avenues people have to vent their stress and their anxiety and their depression. And so they vent it there. And hyperpolarization leads to extremism. Well, yeah, we had a choice between psychopathic idiot Trump or dim-witted airhead Kamala. Either which way, this asshole or that asshole. Neither one of them is electable, in my opinion. Trump didn't win the election. 86 million people decided not to vote. They threw the election to Trump. They threw it away. I guarantee you, if those 86 million people voted, Trump would not be in office right now. But they convinced everybody, oh, she's a shoo-in, she's going to win. There's no way Trump can win again. The Simpsons called it. He won the first time. The Simpsons called it. I swear to God, that guy's a time traveler. The Simpsons is proof that time travel is possible. Or at least interdimensional travel. Oh yeah, it's going to kill the dollar. It's going to be a roller coaster. The Democrats are going to have a hell of a job trying to correct all of this. That's what happens. If you look at the last 70 years of politics in this country, The Republicans come in, they fuck everything up, and they give everything to the rich. The Democrats come in, and they try to do damage control. And then the Republicans come in again, they fuck everything up, and they give it to the rich. And the Democrats come in, and they do damage control. All of the good things that happen when Democrats are in office, because they're trying to do damage control on all the bullshit that the Republicans did. Well, the problem is now today, Republicans are gaining more and more control, and Democrats have their heads too far up their asses with their green this and electric car that and windmill this and trans this and all this bullshit that they're worrying about when they need to just fix the damn country first and then worry about those things. You know, stop worrying about electric cars and windmills. Fix the goddamn country. Because electric cars and windmills don't matter if your country ceases to exist by the time you make them. The U.S. kind of has to be here for any of that to matter. Right? It's I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. The only way to fix it is the one thing they're not going to do. The only way to fix it is for the 0.01% to give up their wealth and return it back to the masses. And they're not going to do that. We are reaching the exponential part of the exponential curve. And once we hit the infinity mark, shit's going to go downhill real fast. It's going to be like, oh, it's no bad, not bad. Whoa, what the hell? That's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, let's see. What happened the last 3 times the United States tried to use tariffs like this? Oh yeah, we had a Great Depression each time. Because that's not how tariffs work. That's the problem. Tariffs are a tool. Okay? So let's say I have an American company that makes salsa. And you have a Mexican company that makes salsa. And you can make salsa for half the price I can. Well, the problem is that undercuts jobs in my country. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply a 100% tariff on your salsa. That's not to punish you. That's to make it so that your perfectly good salsa now costs the same as our salsa. And so when a citizen goes to the grocery store, they can choose either salsa and they're going to be the same price. Why does this matter? Because the problem is not Mexicans making Mexican salsa and trying to sell it in the U.S. The problem is the American shifting their production to Mexico and then trying to sell that Mexican salsa back to Americans for the same price as they made the American salsa while paying Americans to make it. Do you see the problem there? You're now making twice the profit and you cost this country jobs. Because now you're hiring Mexicans for 1/10 the price, but you're importing your salsa and selling it for the same price. The whole point of the tariff is to say, well, we're going to make that salsa cost you the same as it cost you here. If this $5 bottle of salsa costs you $4 to make in the U.S. and you have a $1 profit, and it costs you $2 to make in Mexico, we're going to charge you a $2 tariff. So that now your cost to make it here is $4 and your cost to make it there is $4. Well, now you might as well just keep your production here and keep American jobs and keep your same profit and keep the country happy. That's what tariffs are for. That's the purpose of tariffs. When do you remove tariffs? When the countries are at equity. For example, there would be no reason to have a tariff on imports between the United States and the United Kingdom, or the United States and Japan, or the United States and Germany, because we are at economic equity. It costs the same to make a product in Germany, or a similar price, as it does here, which means there's no profit-motivated economic advantage for me to move my salsa production from Louisiana to Germany. So I don't need to tariff it coming from Germany. Well, what about the German salsa? Well, it's costing them the same to make salsa in Germany as it does to make here. And now they have to ship it here, which means they're going to have to sell it for more than they sell the local product for. So it's not going to be a, what do you call it when you, subversive. It's not going to subvert American jobs because the German salsa is going to cost more because it's coming from an equal economy. Let me give you an example of what I mean by this. Let's say you're a hot dog vendor and you sell hot dogs for $3 a piece out of one of those little trucks on the side of the road, a food truck. My name is James Tiberius Kirk, and I'm in orbit around the planet with the Starship Enterprise. And I say, computer, replicate 1 million hot dogs, please. Now teleport those hot dogs down to the surface and sell them for 10 cents a piece. I have a matter-antimatter warp drive reactor. I can make as many hot dogs out of pure energy, and it costs me nothing. You can never compete with me on price because my cost is zero. I replicate the hot dogs and I beam them down to the planet. So they cost me nothing. Hell, at this point, I could actually replicate a finished hot dog and beam it right down to the counter. You'll have a microwave oven inside the food truck, and when you push the button, it sends a signal to the Enterprise saying, beam down a hot dog. And a hot dog gets teleported into the microwave, and you turn around and say, here you go, sir. You can't compete with that. That's what's happening. That's what's happening with China. They can make stuff in China so cheap, it's like having a replicator and a teleporter. I mean, think about it. You can make this in China, ship it 8,000 miles around the world, sell it for $3, and you're still making a profit. Hello? Something's wrong there. These two economies should not be mixing. Now, you should be allowed to buy from China. So if you want to go on AliExpress and buy something, you should be allowed to do that. But if you're an American business person, you should not be allowed to, because you're subverting our economy and security for your own profit. You want to make stuff in China? Go move to China, make your stuff in China, and sell it to the Chinese. You want to sell stuff here in the U.S.? You make it here in the U.S. or you pay a tariff. But the problem is we didn't do that. We allowed these corporations to go over to China and start making this stuff. And these corporations got greedy and wanted more and more profit, so they cut our wages more and more and more and more. Did you know that from 1980 to today, minimum wage has been reduced by over 50%, and median per capita income has been reduced by over 50%? Minimum wage in 1980 was $19.03 an hour. Today, minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. Actually, I think it's $14. I think 1950 was something like that. I got the number wrong. Median per capita, I have correct. In 1980, median per capita income was $80,000 a year, minimum. Today, median per capita income is $38,000 a year. Hello? McFly? Anyone home, McFly? There's your problem. Ooh, snot. Yeah. Ah. Slimer. Tariffs only work when you have two competing infrastructures and your business people are considering going over here to take advantage of the cheaper infrastructure. It's not meant to stop China. It's meant to stop U.S. corporations from taking advantage of the economics in China to subvert our infrastructure here. Well, that boat sailed. It's gone. You can no longer fix that now. Not with tariffs. Whatever we end up using to fix it, it's not tariffs. That's not the solution. All you're going to do is impoverish your own citizens more, and you're going to piss off the international stage. That's all you're going to do. Trump thinks he can use tariffs as a punishment tool, as a Klingon pain stick, to adjust the deficit, to fix the deficit, because he's on a platform of fix the deficit. That's not how you do it. That's just going to make the deficit worse. It's because it's going to crush the economy. I mean, we got rid of our anti-compete laws. We got rid of our anti-usury laws. We got rid of our anti-conglomeration laws and when they work together to subvert things. We got rid of all those laws, and so that's what they're doing. I mean, look at how much of Radio Spectrum Clear Channel owns now. They own everything now. Because we got rid of the law. Was it Glass-Steagall or something like that said you couldn't own too many of the same thing in the same market? It was to force diversity. In order to prevent a mega conglomeration from owning everything, we got rid of all those laws. And so now we have mega conglomerations that own everything. You think you have 10 different choices, 20, 40 different choices of candy or chicken when you go into the store? No, they're all made by like 3 companies. All those brands that you think are all different, no, they're all made by the same company. They're just different subsidiaries of 1, 2, or 3 companies. There is no competition anymore. Why do you think groceries are so expensive? Because there's no competition. It's all owned by the same company. Who's M&M's made by? M&M's is... Oh, does it even say anymore? It doesn't say anymore. Usually it has the parent company name somewhere on here. I don't know. Look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's all owned by the same people. And they consolidate more and more and more. Like, I think I remember one. Tyson was a big one. Damn it, I keep doing that. I keep hitting that accidentally. How much U.S. chicken comes from Tyson?
These are the top results.
20% of all beef, pork, and chicken in the United States comes from Tyson. And Jimmy Dean, Hillshire Farm, Ballpark, Wright, Idols, State Fair brands, all owned by the same company. It's all owned by the same people. Mars. Damn it, I keep hitting that fucking... I need to change that icon. I keep hitting that goddamn icon over and over again. How many brands does the Mars company own?
I found these results.
50 plus global brands, including Pedigree, Waltham Center, Nutrition, Whiskas, Royal Canin, Anacura, Wisdom Panel, VCA, all owned by Mars. Most of your dog food owned by Mars. Let's see. Yeah, that's not what I want. Wrigley's, M&M's, Twix, Pedigree, all owned by Mars. Here's a list. Here we go. Go on Wikipedia and look at it. Mars Food. You know, all these. All those. Mars. Pet Care. They own veterinary health companies. Diagnostics, pet food. Here's 1, 2, 3 pages of pet foods, all owned by Mars. So here's just your pet food. Let's see, Akana, Advance, API, Aquarium, Buckeye, Castifaction, Caesar, Chappie, Crave, Dreamies, Dine, Exocat, Eukanuba, Exopet, Frolic, The Good Life, Good-O, Greenies, Imes, James, Kitty Cat, Max, My Dog, Natura, Neutro, Pedigree, Origin, Optimum, Perfect Fit, Pill Pockets, Pretty Litter, Royal Canin, Schmackos, Sheba, Spillers, Teasers, Technical, Temptations, Trill, Ultra, Whiskas, and Wintergy. All of that is owned by Mars. You think, oh, that's a lot of competition. There's a whole bunch there. It's all owned by Mars. It's just different brands, same company. They're hiding the fact that these are oligarchs, that these are monopolies, that they control everything. They hide it by the same company releasing 30 different brands of the same product. So it looks like, oh, there's healthy competition. Look at how many different varieties of pet food there are. Yet, 9 out of 10 of them are made by Mars. They're all made by the same company. It's absolutely insane. It's. Oh, here's candies. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So candy. Three Musketeers, Amacelli, American Heritage Chocolate, Ballistro, Bounty, Celebration, Circu, Coco Via, Combos, Dove, Dove Bar, Ethel Chocolate, Flavia, Fling, Flight, Forever Yours, Galaxy, Galaxy Buddies, Honeycomb Crisp, Minstrels, Goodness Knows, Kudos, Amazing, M&M's, M&M World, Maltesers, Marathon, Mars, Milky Way, Munch, My M&M's, Promite, Revels, Seed of Change, Snickers, Topic, Tracker, Treats, Chocolate Turn, and Twix. All owned by Mars. Five Gum, Korkanov, Airwaves, Alert, Alpine, Altoids, Big Red, Bubble Tape, Doublemint, Eclipse, Eclipse Ice, Excel, Extra, Freedent, Hubba Bubba, Juicy Fruit, Lifesavers, Lockets, Orbit, Ouch, Skittles, Stardust, Suggas, Surpass, Rondo, Tunes, Wrigley's, and Winterfresh. All gums owned by Mars. You go into a grocery store and you think, wow, that's lots of competition. There's no competition. There is no competition. They're all owned by the same companies. It's just absolutely... What are you going to do? This is what happens when you don't educate the population. Most people have no clue. They don't understand. They just listen to the propaganda spewed from them by their church or their Democrat or their Republican or their whatever. You have credit card companies manipulating world markets. Basically, if the CEO of MasterCard or Visa doesn't like what you do, he doesn't allow you to be a Visa card merchant. And then he even goes so far as to attack somebody with such ferocity that he goes to third-party vendors like Patreon and says, if you want to continue to work with us, you stop serving these customers. They're imposing their morals of right and wrong on everybody by controlling money. If you can't accept Visa or MasterCard, you're done. If you're making your money with content creation online and you cannot take Visa or MasterCard, you're done. You can't make money. No matter how many viewers you have who want to give you money, they're not going to write you a check and mail it to you. If you don't have the convenience of being able to go click Patreon or click PayPal, most of your revenue is gone. And they do this to control who gets a voice and who doesn't. And yes, credit card providers actively do this. There was just a big hubbub. It was Patreon and the one in Russia. What's the one in Russia? This is before the Ukraine thing. But they were the credit card providers were trying to pressure these companies to terminate access to their networks with being able to use Visa, MasterCard via a third party like Patreon. And they were trying to and PayPal. And so they created a list and said, we don't want you to service these people or we're going to charge you a higher rate. And so, of course, what's Patreon do? They do what they have to do. They cut off access to those people because otherwise they're out of business too. They don't have a choice. That's what we're down to now. It's... What are you going to do? It's the next 50 years is going to be interesting. I won't be here. You might be, but I won't be here. I'll be dead by then. Unless it happens faster, then it's going to get real interesting. Oh, man. And kibble? But, how do you fix it? I don't know. I mean, I don't know a way to fix it that they can't counter. They control our education. They control our school books, which means they're grooming all of our children as they're educated. Before 2014, nope, couldn't have fixed it back then either. The time to fix this was 70 years ago. During the heyday in the 1950s and 60s, when the golden age in America, that was the time to fix this. We created things like the EPA, like the education department. The space race was going. We were technologically advancing. Our education system was improving. And then the 80s came along. We destroyed capitalism. We killed capitalism because that's too fair. They don't like capitalism because it's too fair to everybody. They want to hoard the wealth. And a properly maintained capitalist system doesn't allow you to hoard wealth. So they destroyed capitalism. And the Christian church has been attacking education for the last 20 years. 60% of all grade school books come from 2 publishers, and those publishers are both owned by Christian churches. That's why biology in your grade school book doesn't tell the whole story, and that's why students are confused when they go to college and they think, oh, this is all newfangled stuff. This isn't what we learned in biology. That's because you weren't taught biology. You were taught Christian biology. Because they control the school books, which means they're grooming entire generations of children. And once you indoctrinate people into thinking a particular way as a child, it is 1,000 times more difficult to change their mind as an adult. And they know this. That's why they do it. It's, credit card companies do it, media companies do it, politicians do it, churches do it. Everybody's just fucking with everybody and vying for power. And what they don't realize is that we're approaching a financial cliff, and no matter who's in power, well, here's the time to put on my conspiracy hat. Okay, so here's my conspiracy hat. I got a better one. Here we go. Here's my conspiracy hat. Conspiracy hat on. It's so unstable it doesn't even stay. I'm starting to give more credence to the idea that they're planning on wiping out half the planet. That they're going to try to come up with a way to kill half the people on Earth or more. Not more than half and you run into problems. If you wipe out more than half, we lack sufficient bodies to maintain our current technological infrastructure. The level of technology you can attain is partially, Thanos. I've got one. I've got a gauntlet here somewhere. I've got one of those infinity gauntlets. It was my favorite thing when I was pizza delivering. I kept it in the car with me. It even lit up. The Great Reset. Whenever somebody would honk their horn at me in the car or cut me off or something like that, I'd put on my Thanos gauntlet, and it had the thing so you can move the fingers. And so I would put my Thanos gauntlet out the car window and just... I'd just do that with the Thanos gauntlet. It was so good. I've seen pissed off people laughing their heads off after seeing that come out the window because they can't help it. It's just so good. Yeah, I love that. But what scares me is that I sat down one day and I thought about it. I was like, okay, I'm omnipotent, and I want to fix the world. If morals are off the table, if anything is fair game, it just has to be something that can actually be done. You can't just create a fairy tale. If everything is fair game, irregardless of morals or ethics, could I fix it? And that line of thought scared the fuck out of me. I mean, it actually shook me hard. Like I was like shaking for a bit. And I'm sitting there at work, and I guess I was visibly shaking because this is back before my dad died. He looked at me and he's like, "What's wrong?" And I jerked and looked at him. I didn't even know he was standing there. And he's like, "You look like you've seen a goddamn ghost. Like death itself rolled over you." And I looked at him and I was like, "I think it did." He's like, "What the hell are you going on about?" And I was like, "I just removed any restrictions from my thought experiment for how I would fix the world." And he smiled and it's like, "Yeah, And I was like, I figured out how to fix it. And he got serious, and he's like, what do you mean you figured out how to fix it? I was like, if I remove ethical and moral considerations from the equation, I know how to fix the world. He's like, how? And I said, kill half the population. He looked at me and was like, are you fucking nuts? I was like, I just told you I removed all ethical and moral limitations. I was like, I wouldn't kill half the world. Are you so sure the billionaires wouldn't? I mean, the crackhead will kill you for the $20 in your pocket. What do you think the billionaires will do to keep their billions? I was like, it's a feasible solution. It would work. If you wiped out a number of people across the entire planet, you would reset the financial cliff. You would set us back far enough that we can work our way up the curve again. And I was like, and the scary part is, I think they might try it. They're sure as fuck not trying anything else. What else are they doing to stop the financial cliff? Forget about all the current politics. We have a financial cliff we're approaching. Our exponential curve of wealth distribution is approaching the infinity point. Hey, Sun Turtle Camper. If that's what they tried in 1930 during the Great Depression. They tried a small version of this when the Sun Bank or whatever it was, they had a run on the bank. We knew at that time how to stop a bank run. A bank run happens because of group paranoia. Now, intellectually, we understand on some level that my money's not in the bank. I mean, that money's distributed across the bank network. If every bank customer went to one bank and said, give me all my money, they couldn't do it. You'd have to spread those customers around all the banks. But when a person is thinking about their personal wealth, they panic. And they think, okay, I've got to get my money out before the bank runs out of money. And that's what causes a bank run. People panic, they get worried, and they start rushing to the bank to get their money out. And of course, the bank runs out of money very quickly, which reinforces the panic. And people go nuts, and you can destroy entire organizations with this. All because people panicked. Well, we knew back in 1930 how to solve a bank run. You fill a truck with money, and you take it to the bank, and you give everybody everything they want. No, it doesn't. It just makes it easier to stop the bank run. Because you can just transfer your money to another bank. That has nothing to do with cashless. The whole reason for going cashless is, number one, they can stop printing money, which makes it cheaper to make money. It's just a matter of an entry in a computer. Number two, it makes it a lot easier for them to tax everything. That's the reason they want to go cashless. They don't really want to control what you spend on. They don't care. Trust me, they don't care. They want you spending your money. What they care about is collecting their taxes. And cash allows you to avoid taxes. That's nice. See? That's one thing Trump got right. You should not have to pay property taxes. You should not have to pay tax on a used car. The fucking tax was already paid when the car was new. It's double taxation. We're already total slaves. We're just pretending we're not. If you think we're not slaves now, you're delusional. Why do you think the current generation has given up and doesn't care? Oh, they have no work ethic. No. They're the smartest generation in the history of mankind. And they're smart enough to know they have no fucking future and there's nothing they can do about it. So, they don't care. They're the first generation to truly understand we're fucked. We don't have a democracy. And democracy's bad. Democracy is such a bad idea, it's ridiculous. They're trying to push us into a democracy. They want us to be a democracy because democracies are so easy to manipulate. They're horrible. Democracies can work under very strict, limited, regulated, controlled circumstances. But in a dynamic system like something like the United States, democracy just immediately fails. Democracy lasts exactly as long as it takes people to realize they can vote themselves anything they want. And here's the problem. Not you. Not what you want. So, let me explain this. Democracy equals majority rules. Majority rules equals minority rules. Democracies always end up as oligarchies, as dictatorships. They can't end any other way without forced intervention or a fundamental shift in how we neurologically function. And that's why communism is not possible. Communism is neurologically incompatible with the human mind. It can't work. If you started a Truman Show and you said, I want to create the perfect communist country, and we are going to create this communist country, and, ready on set, we're ready to turn on the communist country. When I push this button, the communist country will begin functioning. Do you know how long it'll last as a communist country? Let me tell you how long it'll last. It's already done. Before your finger finishes pressing the button, it'll cease to be a communist country. Instantly. Because the people running it are going to begin immediately to maneuver to accrue better conditions for themselves, more wealth, more money, more power. Which means the communist country fails immediately. But democracy can't work because democracy equals majority rules and majority rules equals minority rules. So how does that work? How do you end up with a democracy where only the few govern everybody? It's very simple. Majority rules does not equal supermajority. Did President Trump win the popular vote? No, he did not. I'll explain. Vote distribution last presidential election.
Here are some results from a search.
Okay. So here we go. So it says here, Donald Trump got 81,284,000 votes, and Biden got 81.2 million votes. Trump got 70. No, this is not the last election. Where the hell's the Trump-Kamala election? Okay, well, let's use the previous election just for the sake of it. So who won? Well, no, I can't because that's not valid. Where is the 2024 election results? Why is it showing me 2020? 2024 election results. Here we go. Okay, so it says that Donald Trump won by 52.2% and Kamala Harris lost with 46.7%. That's not actually correct. Why aren't they showing me the numbers? Why do they hide this stuff? It's like they're playing games. It's like, show me the fucking numbers. Here it is. Here we go. Okay, so Kamala Harris got 75 million votes. Donald Trump got 77.3 million votes. Well, let me do some math here because that's a problem. That number doesn't make sense. Excuse me, go away. Let me bring up a calculator. So that's 75.017613 plus 77.302580. The problem is that's only 152.3 million people. So neither one of them won the popular vote. Because the number of people who did not vote is larger than either the total of votes that either candidate got, minus 240. 87.67 million people didn't vote. There's approximately 240 million eligible voters in the country. So if even a small fraction, if 1% of the people who didn't vote had gone out to vote, that election would have had a different result. I think Democrats got played. They got told that, oh, it's a shoo-in. There's no way Donald Trump's going to win again. So they all stayed home. And now we're stuck with Trump. Okay? So a democracy would say that neither one of them won. Okay? So how does democracy majority rules... No. 240 million eligible voters. That means 18 and older, not a felon. Okay, there's 340 million people in the country. About 100 million can't vote. So 240 million people who are able to vote. And less than 2/3 of them came out to vote. Something like, what, 70% came out to vote? It's like nothing. Was it 157 million? Yeah, it was 157 million. So, 157 million, 157 divided by 2.4. Only 65.4% of the eligible voters came out to vote. And they were split almost evenly. 75 million, 77 million. So most of the voting population didn't vote. I blame them for why we have Trump now. Would Kamala have been much better? Actually, probably yes. She's a little bit more intelligent than Trump is. She's not very experienced. But she would have been like Biden. She'd have been a lame duck president. She wouldn't have been able to do much because Republicans control Congress. So she couldn't really do a whole lot. And now let me explain how minority rules, how the few can rule the many in a democracy, and how this will always end up this way. This is what George Washington warned us about. You say, okay, let's say your population's 101 people. Okay? 111. I'm rigging these numbers to make it easy, okay? No, let me make 101. 101 people. Okay? So you have 101 people in your population. Now, the election for president is not determined by the percentage of the population that votes. It's determined by who got a larger number of votes, period. A simple majority. So if 90 people vote for 90 different people, and one person or 3 people vote for the same person, well, that person wins with 3 votes. Now, it's not quite that simple. This is one of the reasons why they want to get rid of the Electoral College, is that you also have to get a certain number of electoral votes. That prevents a person from winning with 3 votes, for example. That example I just gave you. That prevents that from happening. You have to meet a minimum threshold. Problem is that threshold's pretty low. But at least it's some kind of threshold. No, we don't. There's no reason to eliminate the Electoral College. There's just no reason. Any reason you come up with is propaganda. It really is. Do we actually need an Electoral College? Kind of. Yeah, we kind of do. Let me show you why. I don't no. Here's why we need an electoral college or something like it. Let me switch over to this. This right here is why. So you're thinking, okay, the United States has 340 million people in it. Well, here's the distribution of those people across the entire country. Get rid of the Electoral College and have a straight popular vote. And basically, unless you live in this area right here, so New York City, Philadelphia, DC, and California, these three cities, San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego. So, if you live outside of San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego, Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and DC, and maybe Orlando, and possibly Dallas and Houston. If you live outside of those cities, stay home. Don't bother voting. You're wasting your time. Right? You're wasting your time. Just go home. Don't vote. Don't vote. Because something like 80% of the population lives in those areas. So if you live anywhere else in the country, you don't have a vote. You know, what's good for Los Angeles isn't necessarily good for Albuquerque, and isn't necessarily good for Las Vegas, and isn't necessarily good for, you know, rural Tennessee or something like that. Okay. That's why the legislative branch is split into two. One that's determined by how many people you have, and one that's determined by the fact that you're a state. That's why the Senate is so powerful, and it's necessary, because otherwise California and New York would decide everything. If you lived outside of Metro California, New York, don't even bother voting. You're wasting your time. Don't bother being a congressman. You're wasting your time. That's why things like the Electoral College are necessary. That's why having the legislative branch split up into both population and strict number is necessary. And that's why they want to get rid of it. Because it'll make controlling everything so much easier if they didn't have these rules basically these systems, these rules, distribute power more evenly. I mean, they're not even faking it and calling the piss rain anymore. The news now calls it the transfer of power. Being the president is not supposed to be a transfer of power. It's supposed to be a transfer of duty. You're supposed to have a duty to your people in the Constitution. You're not supposed to be acquiring power. But that's what it is now. It's power. You get rid of those distributions of power, and all you do is concentrate power in those dark red spots. These dark red spots here, tiny bit here, a bunch here, and a little bit here, and that's it. If you live anywhere else in this country, don't even bother voting. You're wasting your time. If we get rid of these checks and balances. Getting rid of the Electoral College gets rid of any power that voters in non-swing states had, and it reduces the power of swing states. Without the Electoral College, politicians would only have to campaign in California, Florida, New York, and a tiny bit of Pennsylvania and DC, and that's it. They wouldn't have to campaign anywhere else. The rest of you can just go fuck yourself because your vote doesn't matter. You don't count. This forces it to count. But wait a minute, shouldn't it be by the popular vote, by the number of people? If we were a homogeneous population, yes. On paper, that makes sense. Rationally, if you write it down like a mathematical formula, it makes sense. You win the popular vote, you're the president. But that ignores the fact that the United States is not a country in the traditional sense. The United States is more like the European Union. We are a kingdom with a bunch of countries in it. We just call those countries states. And if you don't think this is a valid comparison, look up the square footage of the European Union. It's almost identical to the United States. Look up the population of the European Union. Almost identical to the United States. Exactly. The balance goes away, and all power is now concentrated in the dense population centers. And, well, the needs of the people in Nevada and Kansas and Oregon and South Dakota and North Dakota and Virginia and Tennessee and Arkansas and Texas are different than the needs of the people in California, New York, and Miami. Yep, correct. And by, what do you call it? By committing treason against our king, the King of England, and going, what do you call that when you take over the country? A coup. It's not a coup because we didn't take over the United Kingdom, but what do you call what we did? Not a usurper. What's the word for that? I forget the word for that. But yeah, we were all criminals. Were they justified? Yeah, I think they were. Does that change the fact that they were criminals? No. That's how every country's formed. That's how every single country's formed. The moment you organize into a country, well, I'm going to take that land, and I'm going to take that land. Because you have to expand. That's how every country's formed. That's not just the United States. That's nothing even remotely unique to the United States. Hey, did you hear? Aunt Jemima's coming back. I guess that didn't work. Now we just gotta get Land O'Lakes to bring her back. Land O'Lakes was the worst offender. They literally did what we did. They kept the land and got rid of the Indian. How did they not think the optics wouldn't be horrible on that? How could they not think that was a bad idea? But that's how racist and bigoted these people are. Looking for any chance to be more racist and more bigoted. All transgender arguments, that's a big thing on the internet right now, come down to, your gametes determine your sex. You don't even know what fucking gametes are. And you have no way of determining the gametes in another human being. But that's your deciding factor. That's the hill you're going to die on. Yeah. I got to shift off politics because that just gets me angry. So let me switch to something else that I like talking about. Here's something interesting that people don't realize. First of all, yep, I love how people are against France. Statue of Liberty, gift from France. The Statue of Liberty is a French statue. People are so uneducated. They're so ignorant. Oh my God! Yeah, France was our best friend. Yeah, the French rock. A lot of people think they're kooky assholes. That's why they rock. You piss off the French, they're gonna fuck you up. They'll string you up in the middle of the street. But So, first of all, human sex is not determined by biology. That's a fiction that the Christian church wants you to, whatever, everybody wants to try to do that. Because gametes were completely unknown to us 100 years ago. Chromosomes were completely unknown to us. DNA was completely unknown to us. Yet for tens of thousands of years, we did not typically have a problem determining the sex of another person. So how do you determine sex? Well, it's not your genitalia, because I don't know about you, but a quick way to end up shot, your teeth caved in, or in a prison cell is to walk around and pull people's pants down and go, oh, that's your sex. Okay? So we don't use biology to determine it, and we don't use chromosomes or gametes to determine it. An evolutionary biologist might, but not a regular person. How do we determine sex? Well, human sex is split into 4 categories. You have psychological sex, biological sex, physiological sex, and behavioral sex. Behavioral sex is the only one that doesn't come from nature. That one's a pure social construct. We made it up. It was offered to other places before the United States? Are you serious? I didn't know that. Thanks, Big Bad Joe. Another rabbit hole I'm going to have to go down now, because now I'm not going to be satisfied until I read the whole history of the Statue of Liberty. Thanks, dude. I'm going to spend the whole goddamn weekend finding books and audiobooks on the Statue of Liberty now. Because I can't let that go now. No way. You can't drop that fucking atom bomb and not expect radiation poisoning at least. Oh, man. Oh. No, it's okay. I love going down those rabbit holes. I'm being sarcastic and saying it's funny. But, the problem is, how do we determine sex? I mean, I want you to really think about that. You look at a person, how do you determine their sex? You think it's easy, and it is for the most part, but it's not as simple as you think. We determine sex using physiological sex and behavioral sex. We do not use psychological sex, and we do not use biological sex. The only person who knows your biological sex is your doctor and your partner. And the only person who knows your psychological sex is you. The only thing that the general population can see and interact with is your physiological sex and your behavioral sex. Behavioral sex is irrelevant. That's a pure social construct. We made it up. It does not exist in your genetics. It does not exist in your biology. That's how you act, how you talk, how you dress, how you behave, how you defer to people. That's behavioral sex. And that's learned. That is not intrinsic in you. You learn that by interacting and being taught by the people around you, by your society. Physiological sex is mostly controlled by genetics and hormones. And it is completely interchangeable between men and women. Physiological sex is this. What does your body look like? You look at my face. You see a male face. There's no difference between my face and a woman's face. Structurally, they're the same. Why is it so easy for us to tell the difference? Fat distribution and structure. The fat sits in different parts of the face, which changes the overall shape. And we have learned over time... Oh, let's go show that. Try to use more kid-safe words. I'll let that go, but because I don't like censoring, but try to use more kid-safe words. Bats and baseball gloves and shit like that. But physiology is determined by hormones. Oh, well, women have breasts. So do men. You want to see them? I'm fat. I got breasts. Right? Now, of course, when I lose weight, they'll go away. But the breasts are the same. There's no difference between male breasts and female breasts, except at puberty, testosterone suppresses estrogen in men. And so estrogen is what sends the command to your breast tissue, start duplicating, and your breasts begin to enlarge. Because we have testosterone, testosterone is very powerful. It has to be, because we all have estrogen. Everybody has estrogen, because everybody is conceived female. There's no such thing as a male egg. All human beings are female. And then when the Y chromosome asserts its instructions and testosterone is infused, you have a sex change in the womb and you become male. That happens at about 6 to 8 weeks. Where that's why they cannot determine the sex of your baby until about 10 weeks, because the sex hasn't been decided yet. It's still female. And you have to wait about 10 weeks before you can see, okay, the genetics has shifted and now it's male, or it's staying female. But at puberty, estrogen increases, hormones, that's the hormone, and the breasts get the command to grow. Now, because we all have estrogen, testosterone has to be more powerful. Because not only does testosterone have to apply the masculine features to a man, but it has to suppress estrogen. It has to override the estrogen that's already being produced in your body. And that's what it does. Because testosterone suppresses estrogen, your breasts don't get the command to grow. That's it. They're the same breasts. These got the command to grow, these got the command not to grow. You want to see proof of this? Hormone replacement therapy. A guy can become a woman can become a guy, physiologically speaking. Obviously, biologically, there's still men and women. The man, his facial features will shift to be more feminine. His hips will shift to be more feminine. The fat will redistribute in his body to be more feminine. His hair might thin. Not usually, but sometimes. His breasts will grow. If you give testosterone to a woman, her features will masculinize. She might get more body hair. Her breasts won't grow anymore, although they won't shrink. That's one way. Your vocal cords are one way. Once they deepen, there's no mechanism to make them go back. Same thing with women. Once they have breasts, there's no mechanism to remove the breasts. So you need surgery for that. But otherwise, the rest of your features will shift because we're the same thing. There's largely no difference between men and women except the proportion of the hormones. This is why they don't want younger people having access to this. They want to force them into the sex they were born with. They don't want to give them the choice. So they want to delay it as long as possible, because once you pass puberty, there's a lot of non-reversible things that happen, and they do not want this. Who cares? Who cares? Being a woman is not about being pregnant. That's being a female reproductive machine. That's being a 3D printer that gets raped. Because through most of human history, that's what happened. You got raped. It wasn't until recently that rape became bad. In most of the animal kingdom, the male doesn't ask. He just takes. Okay? You're just a reproducing machine? No. There's a lot more to being a man and being a woman than just reproducing. Ovaries convert into testes. You know, the vaginal material converts into a penis. That's all it is. It's the same thing. It's just the hormones determine which way it goes. Trust me, the person who's getting a sex change to become a man or a woman, because believe it or not, it's about 50-50. How many trans men and trans women are there? It's about 50-50. You just don't notice the trans men, because it's a lot easier for a woman to pass as a man than it is for a man to pass as a woman. And even most trans women, you don't notice. You don't notice at all. It's just the few that you do notice stand out. Imagine me trying to pretend to be a woman. I'm 6'4" tall. That ain't gonna fly. Okay? I'm glad I'm not in that category, Jesus. But I'm just weird. Then they say, well, it's chromosomes. Chromosomes determine if you're a man or a woman. No, they don't. There are women, actual women, who can have babies who are XY. There are men who can make sperm. They have genitals of a man, and they're XX. And then you have women who have genitals of a woman, who can reproduce like a woman, but they have the body of a man, and vice versa. And these are not transgender people. These are not intersex people. This is something completely different. And then chromosomes, it isn't XX and XY. It's XX, XY, X, XXX, XXY, and XYY. And I think there's a couple others too. That's why they're settling on gametes now, because every time we expose their ignorance, they move the goalpost to something else. The only people who care about gametes are evolutionary biologists, because gametes determine whether you can reproduce. That's it. They don't determine whether you're a man. They don't determine whether you're a woman. They don't determine your psychological sex, your physiological sex, your biological sex. Nothing. All gametes do is determine if you can reproduce. That's it. And unless you're an evolutionary biologist, that don't matter. What is that word? Gametes? Gametes is something the body produces, and that's what you have to have the male gamete and the female gamete to make a new baby. Yeah, gamete. Gamete. That's my point. 99.9% of the world has never heard that word before. And 99.99% of the people parading around the internet talking about gametes and how they think they know what they're talking about, they don't know what that word means. They just know it's something I can say to prove the libs wrong. But here's the part where I'm getting to. This is all of that is just this. For some reason, Cora keeps sending me this stuff. It's a fascinating discussion to me. Mostly because I'm very weird. I'm not transgender. I'm not gay. I'm not any of that. I'm just weird. You know, I like these because they're pretty. That's it. I like pretty stuff. If people don't like that, fuck them. What are they going to do about it? I'm 6'4", 460 pounds. I'll sit on you. I was driving to work in my, not work, but I was driving down to New Jersey. I needed tires for my car, and they were weird tires. And Kowalski's down in Jersey had them, so I drove down there to get them. 1974 Volkswagen Thing, a VW Type 181 Thing. So I was going down there in my bright pink shirt, my orange skirt, and my orange cowboy hat, in my orange VW Thing, with the doors off and the window down. And this guy is snickering at me because of the way I'm dressed when I pull into Wawa. And it was hilarious because I step out of this Volkswagen and he immediately stops snickering. I walk over, I stick my head in the window of his pickup truck because I'm tall enough that I can do that. And I go, "Hi!" And this guy is just sitting in his seat like this with his arms and his head back. And he goes, "Hi." I was like, "We got a problem?" And I'm sitting here with my face in front of his face like I'm going to kiss him or something. I'm not. I would never do that. But I wanted him to be very uncomfortable. And he's like, no problem." I was like, "You didn't realize how big I was, did you?" I was like, "You have a great day." And I went to Wawa and got my chocolate milk. I love doing that. I love fucking with people. Especially when they deserve it. Oh God, when they deserve it. What are you going to do? People are stupid. So here's a really crazy thing that people don't realize. I want you all at some point tonight to sit down in front of a mirror. And I want you to look in that mirror. And I want you to very, very carefully think about the question I'm about to ask you. What are you? Not what species are you. Not what kind of creature are you. You know, not what sex are you. Not any of that. What are you? We are one of the only species on this planet capable of asking that question and actually comprehending what that question means. Stoner. if you really you might think, well, you're a human. No, that's your species. That's this hardware, right? That's this machine. And that's what a body is. A body's a machine. You know, it's got fluid pumps and electrical generators and transmitters and neurotransmitters. It's got processors and subprocessors. Your computer has a main processor and storage. You even have a BIOS. You know, BIOS on a computer. Think about it. How does a computer boot up? Like, how do you get from powered down hardware to Windows? How do you bridge that gap? Well, we do that with BIOS, basic input output. That BIOS links together everything on the motherboard and then presents protocols that a more advanced operating system can now access. You have that too. It's called a brainstem. And that brainstem handles all the basic input-output functions of your body so that your main processor doesn't have to handle that. It just handles all that for you. Your body is ultimately here for one reason and one reason only: to power this computer. That's the sole purpose of everything in your body. That's why your body will sacrifice every part of itself to keep this running 1 second longer. It'll pull all the blood in, it'll pull everything in to keep this heart, these lungs, and this neural network, this computer, running just a little bit longer. Because that's you. You're not the computer. No. The computer is just hardware. That's just hardware. You're the software running on the computer. People are software. What is software? Software is data organized to perform a function. Data is an MP3 or a video or a picture or a text file. That's just data. It doesn't do anything. You have to do something with that data. Software is data that does something. Data organized in a way to do something, to perform a function. You, me, everybody, we're software. Our software exists in a neural network in a computer called a brain, and that brain exists in a mobile hardware mech called a human body. The only difference between your brain and this brain is your brain is made of fat, water, and meat, and this is made of glass, plastic, and metal. That's the only difference. Obviously, yours is also quite a bit more advanced than this one. It's not as fast as this one, but it's way more advanced. We are software, and that's what makes us special. That's not a demotion. That's what makes us special. This is a cat. No, I'm a physical machine that powers a computer. I am software. I'm the software running on this computer. That's me. If I take your brain, rip it out of your body without killing it, and stick it inside of a woman's body, you're still you. You're just in a different machine now. Theoretically, that's no different than you getting out of a Ford and sitting inside of a Dodge. You're still you. You're just sitting in a different car now. The only reason that people shoo this down is because we're not capable of doing that yet. We don't have the ability to take a brain and put it in another body. That's not an impossibility. That's just something we're not capable of yet. 200 years ago, we couldn't, or 100 years ago, you couldn't do a heart transplant either. You're not a computer. You're the software running on the computer. Your brain's the computer. It runs a neural net. That neural net contains data. Some of that data organized together and now performs a function. That function is Sun Turtle Camper Mark 1. This software's function is Chris W. Taylor Jr. Mark 1. Okay? I am software. To use a Tron reference, I am a user. This is a program. A program can only do what it's programmed to do. A user can alter its programming. And that is what makes us people. We have the ability to say, that doesn't compute. I'm going to change it. I'm going to reject what my instincts are telling me, or I'm going to listen to my instincts. Or I'm going to look up at the sky and not see millions of little pinpricks of light. I'm going to wonder what those pinpricks are, and then I'm going to come up with enough information to go, those are other stars with other worlds around them, in other galaxies, in a universe so large we can't comprehend. This cat will never do that. This cat will never, ever comprehend what those little pinpricks of light are, because this cat is a program. He cannot alter his program. He can't adjust his program. He can't evolve his program. We can. We're users. That's what makes people special. If we were only hardware, we would be animals. The fact that we're software is what makes us people. That's what makes us special. That's what makes us different from this cat or that mouse or that dog. We are software, and we're aware of it. Even our religions are aware of it. They call it a soul, because they understood we are more than the simple addition of our mechanical components. Yeah, absolutely. Theoretically, that should be possible. Of course, it's blue sky science fiction now. A great show, by the way. Upload. I love that show. I hope it continues. But yes, in theory, there is no technical reason against the laws of physics that says I can't download my consciousness and put it somewhere else. It's just data. I should be able to move that data. We just don't know how to. That's all. We don't have a bash command with root access. We don't know how to decompile our software. That's why psychology is so difficult. Because we don't have the knowledge yet to be able to look inside, read your hard drive, otherwise called a neural net, and go, oh yeah, there's the problem. Let's enhance that and suppress that. And now you're not depressed anymore. Or you're not schizophrenic anymore. Those are software errors. But that's what, imagine, like for example, a transgender person. What is that? Most people have no idea what that is. Most people truly do not understand what transgender means. It's all, I do. I understand what transgender means. It's why I'm pretty sure I'm not transgender. I'm perfectly happy being what I am. I just like decorating. I don't want to be a woman. I don't think I'm a woman. I think I'm a man. I'm happy being a man. So I'm not transgender. What's transgender? Transgender is a person whose psychological sex is different from their biological sex. That's it. That's what transgender means. That's all it means. They try to move the goalposts and restrict the conversation to say, well, only biological sex counts. No. Biological sex is just your machinery. That's like saying once you buy a Ford, you can never have a Dodge. Well, no. You just get rid of the Ford and you buy a Dodge. Or you get rid of the Dodge and you buy a Lexus. You buy whatever you want. We can do that with cars. We can sort of do that with our bodies. Sexual reassignment surgery and hormone therapy allows us to get like 90% of the way there. Because our brain's already there. Why? We don't know. No idea. No idea. We don't have root access to the command line. We don't have the ability to decompile our software. So we don't know. Why do people complain about it? Why is it such a hot topic? Religion. It comes down to religion. See, mankind realized that if I take over this country by force and create my kingdom, eventually, if I'm not a nice guy, enough people are going to hate me to overpower me and kill me and eat me. So we had to figure out another way to take power that was more effective, that didn't result in us getting eaten. Because nobody likes being eaten. Might like doing the eating, but not being eaten. Nobody likes being eaten. So we had to find something that people feared more than my might, and also something that people couldn't really attack. Well, that's where gods come in. Christianity is just the latest, newest kid on the block of religions. It's also the most vicious and nasty religion in the history of all religions. They perfected it very well. With religion, we say that this is God's will. You're not going to kill these people because I'm telling you to kill these people. You're going to kill these people because God told me these people are bad and we need to kill them. So in the name of our God, let's go kill these people. Now, I'm not the bad guy. God's the bad guy. It's God's will. Okay? I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Okay? Well, there is an idea that we're a simulation. But you know something? If we are a simulation, that's reality. So what's the difference? Who cares? It doesn't matter. That's it for the M&Ms. No more. Just a little bit left. There was a science fiction, I don't know if it was a movie or a TV show. Maybe it's an audiobook. I sometimes remember books I read so vividly, I think I watched them. I spent years trying to find an episode of Star Trek. Could not find it. Turns out there was no episode. I read a book, but I remembered it so vividly I thought it was a TV episode. Oh, I never explained that. God, I'm sometimes such an airhead the way I drift around topic to topic. I never explained how minority rules a majority in a democracy. This is how. Imagine you have a population of 101 eligible voters. Well, it's very simple. 11 of us get together and say, let's create 10 political parties. And let's evenly divide the population among the 10. So there's 10 political parties. 9 of them have 10 people. 1 of them has 11 people. Guess who wins every time? The party with 11 people. 11% of the population controls the other 90%. Because they have 11 votes, everybody else has 10 votes. 11 is a majority. 11 always wins. Let's forget about the fact that 90 people did not vote for you. 11 did. And the other 90 didn't vote for one person. They voted for 9 different people, 10 votes each. That's how you end up. That's oversimplified, of course, but that's how you end up with minority rules. And that's exactly what we have today. There is essentially no difference between Republicans and Democrats. Sure, there are cosmetic differences. There are differences in their methods. There are differences in their messages. There are differences in the things that they say are important to them. But ultimately, the accrual of power and wealth is the same between both. The U.S. is a democracy. That's the problem. It's not supposed to be a democracy. It's supposed to be a constitutional republic. But we're quickly becoming more and more a democracy. And that's bad. That's why it's a shit show. Democracies are easy to manipulate and control, which is why they keep pushing us more and more toward democracy. No country's a democracy. They might have democratic aspects, but no country's a democracy. But it is. That's the problem, though. You're confusing what the United States is versus what the United States is supposed to be. Feed the cats! You want food? Huh? I would give you an M&M, but cats can't have chocolate. Chocolate's poisonous to cats. Well, I got to get. It's 5 o'clock. I want to make some dinner. I'm going to cook an onion this big. I'm going to cook like 3 or 4 of those orange peppers, and I'm going to cook a pound of Brussels sprouts. And that might be what I eat tonight. That sounds real good. I love my veggies. But, all right. I am going to load up a roll of the Polymaker 90A using this profile. I'm going to try lowering the info a little bit. This was really stable when it printed, and it's way denser than it needs to be. So I think I'm going to try to cut back to like 20% grid. And I think the important part wasn't how much infill I had. Well, no, Switzerland is an irrelevant niche. They're an itty bitty country this big with an itty bitty population this big, and almost the entirety of the population is wealthy. So they can do things that other countries can't do. They're an exception. They can function in ways that larger entities can't do. There are advantages to being tiny like that. Man, I hate it when I get crap under my nails. Because you can feel it. You can feel the stuff under your nails. It's annoying. But I think what's important is not how much infill I had, but the fact that it was grid. Because TPU does not like bridging. Because what happens is when you print TPU on top of TPU, it's stuck to the previous layer, so it can't go anywhere, and it's ultra sticky. But with like rectilinear or honeycomb, many of the layers have a small 1-layer gap between them. And the problem is when you do that with TPU, the first thing that filament does is it does that, and so you end up with no filament there. That's why this appears to have nothing in between now. I can feel it all scrunchy because what happened is the filament didn't connect to both sides, so there's no structure. This was printed with the exact same settings, and it has structure because this filament didn't do as much as the super soft stuff did. So I think just going with grid will fix that. So the question is, how little grid infill can I get away with and still have a strong enough shoe while making it lighter? If I could even get it down to like 500 grams, I can at least then make 3 shoes with that. Or with the 1 kilogram of filament, I can make a pair of shoes. $31 for an 85A pair of shoes is not bad. That's pretty good. Versus $90 for a pair. As cool as this stuff is, that's a lot of money. Oh, because historically that's where the money was. You can't have too much of a poor population if you have no place to put them. And Switzerland is just very, very tiny. Let's see. How big is Switzerland? On top of that, Switzerland's very nice. Oh my god. I didn't realize it was that small. Wow. It's tiny. Check it out. So, here's the United States. And this little purple blob here is Switzerland. Oh, I forgot you can't use the mouse cursor because they're idiots. This is the state of New Mexico. Now, New Mexico is large. Can I move this? Yes, I can. So let's move this to an... God damn it. I hate the fact that you can't scroll. Let's move this to a smaller state. Here we go. So Switzerland is similar in size to West Virginia. West Virginia is bigger than Switzerland. And Switzerland is a lot of mountainous territory, so there's even less usable land in Switzerland where you could put people. That just means there's not a lot of room for poor, a lot of room for wealthy. Well, Greenland, they don't have the best climate, so it's harder to live there. It's more like Alaska. And of course, Greenland is nowhere near as big as people think it is. That's the Mercator map that makes it look that big. So let's do that. I can show you that too. Greenland. There's Greenland compared to the United States. So it's about the size of the West Coast. Or the central states here. And most of it's ice. So Greenland's actually pretty big compared to a lot of other countries. But still, it's 1/4 the size of the United States. Less than 1/4. The United States is 4.5 times bigger. That's right, because of Alaska. It's about 1/4 the size of the continental U.S. Is it about the size of? I hate that I cannot scroll. I hate that so much. Yeah, you're right. It's about the size of Alaska and about as useless as Alaska. Geographically, not the people. It's a little bigger than Alaska. Yeah, a little bit. But probably has about as much usable land. Let's see. Oh my God. 56,000 people. Wow. Holy cow. That's incredible. I didn't realize they were that small. I mean, what's the... Even New Mexico is huge in population compared to that. So even our lowest population state is Wyoming with 576,000 people. They have 10 times the population of Greenland. Holy crap. Even our tiny states like Massachusetts. Where's Massachusetts? Maryland. Maryland's super tiny. Has 6 million people. Jesus. I didn't realize they had so little people. Even Delaware has 1 million people. Wow. I didn't know that. Well, the problem is their GDP is only about $1,000 per citizen. So they have no GDP. Their GDP is just over $1,000 per citizen. So they have, few people, but they also have no wealth. Well, because it's all ice. There's nothing there. Wow. A hell of a life expectancy, though, 71.5. And boy, they're making babies almost 2 per woman. Wow. Well, their GDP growth is not bad, 1.3% in the positive. For such a small population, that's actually not bad. Yeah, 75% of Greenland is covered by a permanent sheet of ice. So only an itty bitty part of it can be lived in. There's 56,000 people, and 20,000 of them live in the capital. Wow. What is the population of Saudi Arabia? 33 million people. I didn't know there were that many people. Oh, yeah, Saudi Arabia is big. No, I'm an idiot. Saudi Arabia is huge. Yeah, Saudi Arabia is a big country. There's almost 21, almost half the population of Greenland is American citizens living in Saudi Arabia. Wow. Geography is fascinating. I always find this kind of stuff fascinating. Yeah, see, Greenland looks huge up here, but you can see how it gets bigger as you move it along the map. That's the nature of a Mercator map. So if you bring it to the equator, that's how big it actually is, versus how big it shows up on the map. I am. Yeah, you see it. Oh, you mean of New Mexico? Oh, it's huge compared to New Mexico. It covers up almost the entire eastern or western seaboard. So if you put it right in the middle of the country, it fits almost perfectly right there. But it's like all of this is a sheet of ice. You can only really live in this portion down here. Let's look at it. Population distribution Greenland. Okay, so almost everybody lives here, with a little bit here. Nobody lives in this part here because it's all ice. But almost everybody lives right here, along the coast. Wow. Map porn. Nice. I like that. There we go. Yeah, pretty much everybody lives right here. About 90% live here. This is 20% of the population right here. Then you have a little bit here. A little bit here. I'm surprised there's livable areas this far north. I mean, that's up in the Arctic Circle. I'm surprised by that. Where is my towel? There it is. Gotta blow my nose. Well, yeah, they're part of Denmark. They're part of Denmark. That's cool. I did not know it looked like that. I'm surprised by this, that there is anybody up here at all. I figured everybody would be right here. Huh. Oh, I know why. This bay. You have a bay here, and a bay here. That's why. And down here, there's another bay. That's why. The bay provides protection. Same here. You have this inlet and a bay. Yep, that makes sense. Okay. That's going to stabilize things a bit. Very cool. But ultimately, that's how we divide and conquer a country, using democracy. Democracy always leads to minority rule because it's my kitty cat. They split you up into parties, and they just make sure that they have the majority party. And right now, the majority party is Republicans and Democrats, and that two-party system is done that way on purpose, so that we're always voting for the same people, and we think it's like voting for Twix and M&M and not realizing they're both made by Mars. It's like voting for Pedigree or Purina and not realizing they're both made by Mars. And you're voting for Republicans and Democrats, and you don't realize you're just voting for the oligarchs. And they have the two parties so that you can go rah rah rah, Democrats screwed us, now we're gonna vote Republican. Rah rah rah, Republicans screwed us, now we're gonna vote Democrat. And all we do is keep flip flopping back and forth. And the oligarchs are going, ha 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 ha, we control all of it. And that's exactly what they're doing. It's the nature of empire building. I wish we could be better, but that requires education. That requires the population to be involved, to educate itself. The moment we get complacent and decide that's it, no, we don't need justice, we need education. We need an intelligent, involved general population, and we don't have that. I mean, look at the things we complain about. Transgender people are what? 1% of the population? And look how much screaming and bellyaching there is all over the news about it. It's a distraction. The whole point of that is to distract you from what actually matters. To keep you occupied with these little bullshit things while they rob the piggy bank and take what they want. How much you want to bet when, if they implement these tariffs, they cut, major corporations like Amazon and Walmart, they cut them a discount? How much you want to bet? You order from Temu, you're going to get nailed with 104% tariff or whatever the hell they implement, if they ever implement it. But if you order the exact same Chinese junk from Amazon, they won't charge them as much a tariff. Hell, Amazon and them could afford to absorb some of the tariff because they're already charging you 400, 500, 600, 800% markup on the Chinese products. Don't believe me? Look it up yourself. Where's that little screwdriver? Look at that screwdriver I got from AliExpress for $3.56. Walmart sells it for $19.99. What is that? $369. That's a 750% markup. What is that noise? Is that this? Huh. But I don't know. Just remember, Trump didn't win the election. We lost the election. There is a difference. 86.7 million people stayed home and didn't vote. That's why we're stuck with what we have. But the problem is the international court has no teeth unless the United States is backing it. NATO has no teeth unless the United States is backing it. The United States and Russia control both. So we are immune from those things. What are you going to do? Might equals right. That is more correct than you think. Why do we obey police officers even when we know they're wrong? Because they have guns, cuffs, and sticks, and they'll beat the shit out of you if you don't. And that's why. What are you going to do? No such thing as a peaceful revolution. No such thing. Revolution requires violence and bloodshed. There's no other way around it. The time for a peaceful shift was 70 years ago, rebuilding after World War II. But what happens when you attempt to revolution without violence? you get World War II. Well, we don't want to be part of your peace, so we're going to kill everybody. And that's what the Nazis did. They tried to kill everybody. Europe has no teeth. Now, what we're going to learn the hard way is that China has financial teeth. They don't really have any military teeth, because even if they did quadruple their military, it would still be a fraction of ours, and they can't mobilize it. They have no way of moving that military in any meaningful manner outside of their own country. We do. And that should scare people. Because what's a cornered rat do? It's not pretty. You fuck up the US dollar too much, and we have 816 military bases all over the world. We'll use them. I don't agree with that, but we will. And that's why most of the countries are capitulating on the tariffs. Most of the countries are coming to the bargaining table because they don't have a choice. The United States is the big bad bully, and there's nothing they can do about it. China is the only bully who can bully us back, because we're attached to their hip and they're big enough to tell us to go screw off. I hope they do. I hope China tells us to go screw off, and that it forces us to backpedal, because the alternative is worse. We go deeper and deeper down this rabbit hole, and the further we go down that rabbit hole, the worse it's going to be when we come out. So the sooner we rip off that bandage, the better. And it's about time the United States had someone stand up to it and say, no, you're nuts. And we'll see if China actually does that or not. Don't get me wrong, I'm not siding with China. I'm siding with a better United States. And if you just educate yourself, read up about how this stuff works. Once you see, what the hell is that? Once you see how this stuff actually works, you realize he doesn't have a damn clue what he's doing. He is so ignorant on economic financial matters. He's not an idiot, he's just ignorant. And he's trying to, I don't know if this is his agenda or if this is one of the agendas he was paid to push. I don't know. Who knows? But don't delude yourself into thinking he's stupid, because you'll just make mistakes then. He's not stupid. You cannot call a person who's president stupid. You can't be president and be stupid. Ignorant, yes. Evil, yes. Corrupt, criminal, yes. Sociopathic, yes. Stupid, no. Same with Joe Biden. Useless, senile meat sack, but he wasn't stupid. What are you gonna do? I want to try to do more with those mason jar solar lights. They're really nice. They're handy, especially now that I have the threads figured out to print them. Oh, really? Russia's giving North Korea tech? North Korea is irrelevant. North Korea is a boogeyman that the American government can bring out every now and then to rile up the American population. We got to go against this communist nation. That's like picking on the retarded kid in school. You're just lame. I mean, it's just sad if you have to pick on the retarded kid to make yourself feel strong. That's what North Korea is. They're the retarded kid that we pick on to make ourselves feel strong. And that's just sad. North Korea is not a threat to anybody. If North Korea made a move outside of their territory, South Korea would flatten them like a fucking pancake. You ever seen South Korean soldiers? They're badass. And their tech, well, it's equivalent to ours. So, yeah. South Korea would flatten them like a pancake if they tried anything. So they're a non-threat. Our embargoes and all that bullshit we do to North Korea, all we're doing is punishing the North Korean citizens for nothing, just so we can use them as a punching bag. for political propaganda. I agree. China won't go to war. They don't have a need to. You see, China has been taking the hundreds of billions of dollars and trillions of dollars they've been making from America, and they've actually been investing it. They've been building dams, building power plants, building jets, building ships, building airports, building cities, building infrastructure, stockpiling resources, making deals and contracts in Africa to secure oil and energy and raw materials. China's been investing in what they know is going to happen in the near future when the shit hits the fan. The United States has been blowing all of its money. I think they allow 2 now. I think officially they allow 2 now. What will the United States do? Well, you should be asking that question. Because if I were the United States with no morals or ethics, I would use my military and just take whatever I needed. And that's probably what we'll do. We'll go from being the heroes of the world to being the enemies. I just hope the world population understands the difference between the general population and the government. Yeah, that's where I think they claim that's where the super dollars came from. Counterfeit hundreds that are so good that even our professionals here have trouble telling the difference. I think they call them super dollars or something like that. But it's largely meaningless too. I mean, the amount of money in circulation that is printed versus digital is minuscule. I mean, the vast majority of money in the country is fabricated on the keystroke of a computer. It's not printed money. So whatever impact their super dollars has, it's negligible at best. Hi. I was nosy. He wanted some petting. He's like, give me a pat. And I was like, okay, I'll give you a pat. Alright, I'm going to go make some food. I'm hungry. I'm going to go hit the mailbox and go help my neighbor take his trash out. Oh, you're awake. I can give you a pet now. I didn't want to wake you up earlier. Yeah. Big yawn. He's such a good boy. Yeah. He's a good boy. Well, the problem is our system of existence requires it. Something has to be money. There's Nolsey. Hey, baby. Say hi. Yeah. Oh, you love your scritches, don't you? Yes, you do. You are such a good boy. Such a good boy. Yeah. He's such a good boy. Yeah, you're a good boy. I kind of wish I'd have known that these plastics weren't compatible, because I have enough of this to print one of these in all this color, so I could have at least one. But hopefully this joint will hold, and I can just stitch the two sides together. Because, you know, I want to use that. It costs a lot to make that. So I'd rather not waste it. The top finished nicely. I was worried about how that would close up, but that finished nicely. Yeah, it's all sealed. Not bad. It's smooth enough that I wonder if I can get away with a 0.4 millimeter layer height. That would greatly reduce the print time and reduce collisions too. Alrighty, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go hit the mailbox, help my neighbor take his trash out, make some dinner, and I'm gonna get another shoe started. Another. I'm gonna reslice it to see if I can get it less than 3 days, because 3 days is a long time. But we'll see. Oh, something you guys might be able to help me with. I'm looking for a standard Creality style feeder unit. You know, the PTFE in one end, PTFE out the other with the arm. But I want one where the PTFE tube goes all the way through to the gears, so that I can put the point on the PTFE tube and mesh it with the gears. I'm looking for a cheap, like under $10 each feeder that I can get to do that. I have a couple extra of the Creality ones. I was thinking about taking it apart and trying to drill the other side so I could put a piece of PTFE in there. But man, the precision required is just not something I have the equipment for. And if you don't precisely line it up, it's just going to jam. So, alrighty. I will see you guys later. I am going to try to print a full pair of shoes I can wear this week. And I'm also going to, probably not, well, maybe I can get it on another printer going. If I can get the Chiron going again. I gotta fix it, the wiring. Just for shiggles, I want to print a toolbox and TPU. It'll be almost as rigid as the PLA, but it'll be basically indestructible. I think that would be pretty cool. So I want to try printing one of those in TPU. And especially if I can get TPU that cheap, I can make these affordably out of TPU, which will just, that'd be bonkers. It'd be so strong. Alright, see you guys later. Don't forget, please try to use my Amazon affiliate link from Nerys.com, Nancy Echo Romeo Yankee Sam.com, or in the description. If I can hit $8,250 this month, I get an extra $330 from Amazon. And if you want to help me out, send me a PayPal or join my Patreon. I will see you later. I'm also going to work on slicing up Kurt's little claw. I want to see how big I can make this. Yeah. I really want to make a gigantic one of those. I want to make one big enough that I can grab my head. I just think that would be fun. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Well, what's this? Check out what your link is before I go. Oh yeah, I've seen those. Yep, I've seen those shoes before. You dumb freaking cats. The audio from starting the video just scared the piss out of both cats. Oh my god. Oh, this is an old video. Where's the file? Oh, I posted to this. Where's the link? He never posted them? How dare him? How dare him make a video and not tell us where to get the file? How dare him? I say bite him. That was from before I left Pennsylvania. Alrighty. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great night.